Hello, and welcome once again to another episode of The Small Bear Show. I'm your host, Alex S. Johnson, aka The Small Bear. I'm a dark fiction author, editor, and publisher of Nocturnicorn Books, home of literary and literal rock stars. Some of our authors are Billy Martin, aka Poppy Z. Bright, best known for such transgressive fiction masterpieces as Exquisite Corpse. And another one of our authors is David J. Haskins, best known as the founder member of two bands, Bauhaus and Love and Rockets, and the songwriter of such songs as Bela Lugosi's Dead, Stigmata Martyr, and Silent Hedges. So our very special guest today is Ido von Belkom, and I'm so excited about this. Because I've followed Ito's work for a long time. In fact, I actually reviewed your work in Death Realm magazine back in the 90s, and I recall that you had some work in the anthology Brothers of the Night, which was actually dedicated to me. I mean, it's as crazy as this, you know. I guess you and I and Caitlin R. Kiernan and T Tom Roche kind of came up at the same time, or I mean, you've had work published. How long have you been publishing? Because you have like this incredible career.
Okay, before we go any further, I just want to get you right on the pronunciation of my name. The
Okay,
first name is Ado,
Ado.
like potato. Yeah, that's the
So,
way I use it. I tell people it rhymes with potato.
okay,
And Van Belkom, a Dutch name rather than a German name.
Van.
German being
Okay,
Von,
so
Dutch being Van.
Ado von Belkom.
Van Belkom.
Ado Van Belkom. Van Belkom.
Yes,
It's
that's all right. Everyone
okay.
gets it wrong, and I
Okay.
correct them once. If they
Ado.
continue to have it wrong, I leave it at that. It kind of reflects on them and not on me.
True.
So you've got it, Ado Van Belkom, and we can move on. My
Okay.
first published story was in 1989, a literary magazine called Athlon about sports literature,
Hmm.
published at East Tennessee State University. The story was called Baseball Memories. It was a kind of science fiction slash horror story. And I tried all the usual outlets and nothing clicked. So I tried there and they accepted it. It took a while for them to publish it, but when it was published,
Hmm.
it was reprinted in Year's Best Horror Stories 20,
Nice.
edited by Carl Edward Wagner. So that was like, holy cow.
Right?
First story right out of the gate, Year's Best Horror. That was amazing. Of
Yeah.
course, it didn't it didn't make selling stories any easier. I still had plenty of difficulty with that and had to work through all of that stuff. But it was a great start, and I wrote at a great pace. And eventually, I started selling regularly. It took about three more years,
Hmm.
and in that time, I was getting rejected, selling, rejected, selling. And I was also a member of a writers group called the Cecil Street Irregulars.
Wow.
When we met once a week in Toronto at the Cecil Street Community Center, and we would have at least two stories to critique. And from that group came the likes of David Nichol, Carl Schrader, science fiction writer.
Yeah.
Cory Doctorow was also there
Wow.
after I had left.
Hmm.
I had left because I didn't need them anymore. Actually, I learned everything I was to learn from them.
Yeah.
And Dave Nichol and I had a story called Rat Food, which ended up winning the Stoker Award. And we brought it there. And one of the women in the group who never published anything, she said, "Oh, is this supposed to be scary? I wasn't scared by this and all." And I was just like, "Well, fuck off. It's a great story, and it's going to do something." And that was the end of it. I didn't need that. So after that, I just went to people I trusted and
Right.
got them to read the stories, and separate the, the wood from the chaff and whatever. just going
Right.
to people that I trusted and get some feedback that I would take to heart. And then, through the 90s, I published a lot of stories, you know, 20, 30 a year at least.
Wow.
So that's a
Um,
long answer to one question, but
oh yeah.
we do have time. So I'm going to do that.
Oh yeah, by all means. So what were some of the lessons that you learned from the Cecil Street irregulars that we kind of maybe like you learned all you could from them?
Well, I learned what looked bad on the page and didn't work on the page.
Right.
When you can read all the stories you want, by accomplished people.
Yes.
But when you're reading stories by people who are struggling to figure it out just like you are, they're making mistakes. And then
Yeah.
you recognize what those mistakes look like on the page.
Right.
And then when you're writing, you say, oh, I don't want to do that. I recognize that as something you shouldn't do.
Yeah.
And so that was part of it. And being able to articulate what you didn't like about somebody's work and what you
Right.
thought didn't work was a great exercise too. It's one thing to say, "Oh, it didn't work for me," but when you have to be in front of that person and then tell them, "Here's why I think it didn't work," and you have to give a cogent reason why, it's
Yes.
a whole different ball game than just by reading, something and saying, "Oh, that's no good" or whatever. And also at that time, I did a lot of reading and
Yeah.
I read a lot of different things. Um, I would always had cargo pants
Right.
with me. So I had a paperback in at least one of the pockets. So if I had 20 minutes to spare, I was reading something.
Hmm.
And I would read, lots of good stuff, lots of bad stuff. And, you learn from both of them, the good stuff to emulate and the bad stuff to avoid.
Wow.
So that was my, now, having said all that,
Okay.
I also have a BA in creative writing, which didn't help me at all, but I did have a formal education.
Right.
And I did spend 5 years as a newspaper reporter before I actually started writing and selling fiction. In fact, that story, Baseball Memories,
Yeah.
was input into the newspaper's computer. And it was the first generation computers too, because it had a little dial on underneath the keyboard and you could turn it up and it would emulate the sound of a typewriter clicking and clacking. So
Wow.
that's how far back it went. And
Oh
that
my
was my
gosh.
first. Yeah, that was the first story I published, was printed up on that kind of system.
So having that background in hard journalism must have given you a tremendous leg up as far as like realism and especially for things like the Wolfpack series. Could you yes, go ahead.
I'll tell you what exactly it helped me with.
Yes.
You're familiar with the concept of the 10,000 hours,
Yes. Yes.
right? In order to be proficient at something, you got to spend at least 10,000 hours doing it.
Yeah.
And I think that was that helped along a lot about into the 10,000 hours, because it was a small newspaper, small daily, voracious appetite for copy. Anything you wrote up would be in the paper. And every day it was like, oh, I need a 12-inch story with a picture. I need two 12-inch stories with a picture. So you had to get on the phone and then write up a 12-inch story, you know. And me and the other guys there were getting really good at it.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, you had to type up, minor league and house league sports results and things like
Right.
that. So I got very proficient at typing as well. So that was my one of my apprenticeships, just at producing, and then producing first time through something that was good enough to see print. It
Yes.
wasn't great, but it was good enough to see print. And that was my all of those things came together in my apprenticeship, and that's how it all started.
Cool. Stephen King is very famous for saying that, if you just make office hours for the muse will show up. And do you endorse that
for
idea?
12 for 12 years I made I was working at the newspaper, and my wife was working part time. Then she got offered a full time job at the library here in Brampton,
Yeah.
and we had our newborn son. And I said, okay, I'll stay home, look after the baby, and write, and
Right.
you can take that full time job because that was like her dream job. So we did that, and I had to write when I could, and I had to keep regular business hours. And it was supposed to be for 5 years. It didn't work out to 5 years. It worked out to 12 years.
Wow.
But at some point, I didn't have to care for the child every moment of the day. And even then, when I was working full time, I worked 9 to 5.
Hmm.
I took the nights off and I tried not to work on the weekends. But when I sat down at the computer, I had to produce, and
Yeah.
I always produced something. And yeah, it's important to have a balance. Now, having said that, when I was working full time as a writer, you have to focus your entire life like a bullet on your writing. That's how I was successful. Later on, when I took things didn't work out as well as they should have, and I took on a full time job and I tried to keep writing. Very difficult to go and work a full day somewhere and come home and then be brilliant. Very difficult. I could do adequately, but not as good as I could have previously.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very important. Structure your time, make time for other things, and keep office hours, but make sure you're working during that time. I would agree 100% with Stephen King. And
Right.
who would disagree with him? I mean, the guy
Exactly.
knows
Yeah.
what he's talking about. But from my perspective, I would agree with that wholly.
There's been a lot of changes over the years, especially since the heyday when I came up with people like, Edward Lee and Billy Martin and Caitlin R. Kiernan. And and now it seems like I almost feel like Rip Van Winkle, right? With publishing horror. How has horror publishing changed in your experience?
Well, I'm in the position of trying to get back into it because I'm 63 now, just turned this week. And I got a couple years to go at work. And then, as a great pastime, I'd love to be writing short stories again on a regular basis.
Right.
And getting back into it, all of those markets and the way everything works that I knew when I, you know, left, to
Yeah.
say, they're not there anymore. It used to be, oh, here's all the new themed anthologies. Here's the guidelines, and everyone can have at it. And then you did your best. You sent it in. You waited. You
Right.
either acceptance or a rejection, and you went on to the other one. And every month there was new anthologies coming out, and who's in them, and you're looking at who made it in there, and oh,
Right.
gee, that guy is doing really well, and
Yeah.
he's doing better than me. I'm falling behind. It was hyper competitive, at least in my perspective, and I enjoyed it quite fully. And I was always looking for new places to publish and new avenues, and that was fun too. To be honest, I don't know how it works now. I'm figuring it out, and we'll see. I mean, I sold one story this year to Sapphire Giron's Lizzie Borden anthology.
Oh, cool.
Great.
Yeah.
Thought I came up with something good for that, and I'm trying to do more. We'll see how that works out, but I don't know how it works now, and
I don't
I'm
know
trying to
either.
figure that out. I don't think the model is the same. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure there are people that submit full novel manuscripts to publishers, and there's a select few that get the print treatment, but it's not. I don't think it's across the board where you have your all stars, your mid list, and then also Rands, hoping that one of those makes it into
Yeah.
big sales or something. I don't know. It's funny because there was now there's more books being published than ever,
Right.
but I think it's harder and harder to make a living at it. than it used to be. So
Yeah.
I really don't know. I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
I'm kind of on the outside looking in, and give me another couple of years to have a look inside, and I'll be able to better answer that question.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. I founded Nocturnicorn Books because I wanted to like recreate some of the magic that I felt, back in the day when, you really looked forward to the next book from the Abyss line. You looked forward to the next issue of Cemetery Dance, right? And I think a lot of the legends kind of like, Billy Martin took a long, long break and was kind of struggling last year and really, really happy that he's back on his feet. And well, I mean, relatively speaking, like as far as publishing is concerned. And so I
Right.
think that there's a lot of things that are kind of looking up, but the model, yeah, it appears to have changed. I've never paid attention to the trends, and that's why I've just kept my nose to the grindstone and just worked and worked and worked my ass off, right, for 40 years. So, you know, to have an overnight success with Nocturnicorn Books now. So I'm really interested and curious because you work in a variety of different genres. You also work in you've written young adult books, most famously
Mm-hmm.
the Wolf Pack series. How did that come about?
Okay, so I did. I started writing four novels based on role playing games.
Hmm.
It was Wormwolf, Lord Soth, Mr. Magic, and Army of the Dead. And then I did two uh, trade paperback novels, Martyrs and Teeth.
Hmm.
And then I did finally made it to a mass market paperback with Pinnacle, with Blood Road and Scream Queen.
Yes.
And then kind of had an impasse because the sales of those books weren't good enough or didn't merit further publication. And in fact, the editor at Pinnacle said, "Well, maybe you should do a old-fashioned horror, small town horror, maybe set in some place like rural. Like what do you mean, like in Maine?" He didn't say that. He didn't say that, but he said maybe I should, and that's not what I did. I didn't do
Yeah.
that kind of thing. Blood Road was about a vampire truck driver, cruising the country coast to coast and taking victims in his truck and dumping them when they're dead. And Scream Queen was about a reality television show set in a haunted house where things actually went terribly wrong. So I was like always about, modern day with a little bit of fantasy involved that would turn it into horror. But I did about five or six proposals and they rejected every one of them. My wife had been working as a children's librarian and said, "You should do young adult." So I did. First, I did a short story for a science fiction anthology edited by Monica Hughes, Canadian YA writer, fairly significant at the time. And then I proposed a horror YA anthology to Tundra Books, which was a division of McClellan and Stewart at the time, Canada's largest publisher. And they agreed. And I said I should be the one to edit it. And they agreed to that too. So I didn't really know what I wanted to do with young adult horror, but I thought I'll do what I think is the right thing. And I did. And I wanted to be about teenagers with teenage problems and the horror stemming from their teenage problems.
Yeah.
So I did that, and I did one of my best short stories for that one too. And it ended up being a Canadian Children's Book Center Young Adult Book of the Year finalist.
Nice.
Like I didn't know what I was doing, but I did the right thing. And then we did another one. The first one was called Be Afraid. The
Hmm.
second one was called Be Very Afraid. I joked that I was going to do a third one called Shit Your Pants, but the publisher didn't go for it.
I wonder.
So I did the two books, and the first one was very successful. The second one, not so much. And then I said, okay, I'm going to do a novel myself, the whole thing. And I did Wolf Pack, and I pitched it over the phone to the editor. I said, here's the opening. There's a forest fire. The forest ranger's fighting the fire, and he sees out of the fire a wolf come and something in its mouth, and it turns out to be a cub. And it goes past him and goes to a safe area and drops off the cub and then goes back into the fire and does this three more times until you don't see the wolf anymore. Then he goes back to the place where he saw the wolf cubs being dropped off, and he goes and he rescues them,
Yeah.
takes them home. And when he gets home, they transform from wolf cubs to human infants. And that's the start of the book. So
Yeah.
he decides to raise them as his own. So they have all the problems of teenagers plus they're werewolves, which is a
Nice.
secret they have to keep from everyone. But anyway, she said, "Oh, that sounds great. Do up an outline." And we did did it over the phone, the proposal, and that ended up being 4 books. Now, you're going to ask me about how that ended up being a TV series.
Yeah.
So I'll just jump to that.
Right.
When the book was first published, 2006, it won the Aurora Award for Best Long Form Work in English. And then it also won the Silver Birch Award, which is a very prestigious award in Ontario. It's voted on by elementary school students
Oh,
who get a
nice.
list of 10 books. And if they read a certain number of books on the list, they get to vote for their favorite. So my book was an overwhelming winner that year because I had the girls. I didn't lose the girls. I had all the boys. They were really
Wow.
excited about the book
Sweet.
because it's a straight adventure. And so anyway, I have to tell you about the award ceremony. It was down in Lake Ontario at the harborfront there, and they had an outdoor arena stadium with 3,000 people, and they bus in kids.
Wow.
So all these kids are there for the ceremony. And when they announced that I was a winner, like they're all showing the copies of the book. I'll just show you here. They have the book over their head, and I felt like a rock star, really, rock star.
It's so
And
awesome.
3,000 kids screaming and show,
Wow.
like it was just amazing. It was one of the greatest moments of my life as a writer. So that was fine, and we did some more books, but none of them came close to being the same. Well, I must say that in order to be on the Silver Birch Award, you have to have 5,000 copies in print. So it immediately went into a second printing. And before the year was over, it had gone into third printing and 10,000 copies in print.
Nice.
So it was amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing. And then there were 2 people that were interested in the television rights. One had been an associate producer on the Survivor television series, and you're thinking, okay, that guy's for real. And then another one came around and said he had a development deal with Paramount Pictures, and he was interested. And I think, oh, this is great. And after those 2 contacts, never heard from them again, zero,
Wow.
which jaded me a lot in terms of these kind of things because this sort of thing had happened before. People come and say,
Yeah.
"Oh, I want to do this, I want to do that." And say, "Okay, here's my number for my agent. Contact him." Never heard from them again. So fast forward 16 years. The books are out of print. On a Friday, I'm sitting at the kitchen table. My wife's making dinner, and I get an email from my agent saying, "Oh, there's someone interested in the TV rights to Wolfpack." She does a Fred Sanford sort of feigned heart attack in the kitchen. Like, are you kidding me? And so, okay, we'll entertain that. I was totally not very excited because I knew how these things had worked out before. Whatever. Within 2 weeks, we had an agreement and a contract signed, which is like light speed for any of these things to happen. And my agent at the time, he's still my agent, said, there must be something going on behind the scenes we don't know about.
Right.
And there was. And I'll tell you what it was. Jeff Davis, who had been the creator of the Criminal Minds and was showrunner and creator of Teen Wolf, the television
Right. Right.
series,
Right. Right.
was approached by Paramount, CBS Viacom, and said, would you like to do a television series based on this? And they handed him a copy of my book. And they said, yeah, we have the rights to this. And he read it over and he said, yeah, I'll do this. Now, they had told him that they had the rights, which they didn't have the rights.
Wow.
And had we known that, we would have had a leverage point that we didn't know existed. So, yeah, the agreement went very quickly because they were under the gun. They told Jeff that they had the rights to it, and of course, they didn't. When I told him this, he said, typical Hollywood, typical Hollywood. So I still didn't think of anything of it. We signed the thing, we took a little bit of option money. And then 6 months later, they sent a press release that they wanted me to approve. And this came from CBS Viacom. And I read it over and I said, yeah, that's fine. Okay. And then 2 days after that, they put out a teaser trailer, which was for a Teen Wolf movie.
Right.
And then also coming in 2022, Wolfpack, an all new series from Jeff Davis. And like, I watched that thing, it was everywhere. I watched that thing for 3 hours. And every time I watched it, it said based on the acclaimed books by Ado Van Belkom. And I thought, these guys are out of their fucking minds. The books are out of print to 16 years ago. And they're like making like it was this big thing. And I watched it for 4 hours, this teaser trailer again and again. And every time my name was still there. And I said, holy shit, this thing might happen. So then 6 months after that, they were then first day of shooting, which is significant to anybody who knows, because that's the day you get paid or they have to cut the check. So, and then, 3 months after that, my wife and I were in Atlanta on the set, like, and everyone was like, oh, you're the author. I'm so pleased to meet you. And it's like a surreal experience because you work in isolation. You never get any feedback really. And then suddenly you're there and everyone thinks you're the rock star. You're meeting the actors and they're like, oh, you're the author. That's amazing. Thank you so much. And so we were there for 4 days. And then 2 or 3 months later, we were in Los Angeles for the premiere. Like, holy shit. It from signing the option to it was like a year, and that never happens. It was like light speed. And I always say this to people. I said, just imagine what it feels like to be able to go to your wife and say, how would you like to join me on the red carpet in Los Angeles? And it's like, we did that. But, you go there and you're an afterthought as the author. No
Right.
one gives a shit that you're there. No one cares. I thought I'd be introduced at the premiere. It was a full packed theater. No one even mentioned when my name appeared on the screen because there's a slide on each episode based on the novel by Ado Van Belkom. My wife and I cheered, and everyone's like, who the hell is this guy? Because no one else cared. No one else was cheering, just me and my wife, and we were as loud as we could be. But it's the best experience I had. That and the Silver Birch Award ceremony and the red carpet, best experiences I've ever had as a writer. So too bad that it happened 16 years after I was actually really into the writing. If it had happened at the time,
Right.
probably would still be writing now. Who knows what had happened? But
Right.
it was a great experience, and I did meet Sarah Michelle Gellar
Yeah.
in Atlanta. I was amazed at how small she was.
Right.
Like for someone who kicks ass and takes care of vampires and werewolves and all that,
Yeah.
she was a tiny, tiny creature. But I had a great time. I met Rodrigo Santoro, of course, Jeff Davis, everyone involved with the production, and I had a great time. It's a once in a lifetime experience, and I'm just glad it happened once. So
That's so badass. Congratulations on that. Now, I um do you want to talk about the cancellation of the show or
sure, sure. It I've done, if anyone's interested in following up on this, I've done a bunch of YouTube videos called Wolfpack Facts. I did about 5 of them. And in one of them, I go over the whole season 2 question, why it should be renewed. And it was greenlit for a second season because it was a success in every measure. Every measure they wanted to count, it had reached all those goals. The problem was, as soon as it finished airing season 1, there was a writer's strike,
right? Yeah.
which lasted 2 or 3 months. And then when that was done, there was an actor strike,
Right.
which went another couple of months. So now we're into October, and it's almost 9 months since the show finished airing season 1.
Yeah.
Still green lit, and I was going to get a cameo in season 2, and I told Jeff Davis, I said I want to get killed because I want to show up one day on set to get killed, and I want to show up the next day to get all the dead makeup on and be,
Yeah.
have to lie around dead all day with all the makeup on. And he
Yeah.
said, "Oh, that's fantastic! I can't wait. I'm looking forward to this." And he didn't know what I was going to do, but
Right.
he said something in the middle of the season. Anyway, so it was still greenlit, and it got to the point where they registered the production. They probably booked the set, the warehouse where the studio where they were doing it. They had sent the contracts to all the actors, and then 1 week later, it was canceled, just like that.
Wow.
And that's how it is in Hollywood. I mean, it just happens that way. Um, had these strikes not happened, I think there was a great possibility that it would have gone into second season. By now, we would have been going into season 4, and who knows, my life might have been different. But it we did 8 episodes, and I was grateful for it. But you always wonder what if.
Yeah.
Eh, you know, could have been a great thing, but I'm happy for what I had out of it.
Cool. We got in touch with one another because you showed interest in my Beatles book. Um, so can we talk about that? I mean, I love the Beatles so much, but they were one of the first bands that really showed me that music could be so much more than just a tune, you know?
Hmm. What would you like to talk about? I'm
Um,
interested in doing something. We'll see. I've got an
right.
idea. I don't want to spill the beans, but it has to.
Uh,
It's a horror story, complete horror.
yeah,
The idea behind it probably will be about. It'll be a short to 10 pages, maybe 2,500 words to. Yeah, we'll see.
yeah.
That's all I'll say right
Okay, okay. And there's two other anthologies that I would love to invite you to. One is my literary tribute to Leonard Cohen, which is actually a sequel to the Anthem, which we put out in 2017 with Joe Pulver and my late friend Jordan Gallagher, who we were all very close friends with Joe, and kind of did these round robin collaborations with him, and then of course Jeff Thomas was part of that group, and so I'm doing another one, which is I want to kind of have a whole fresh new look at that, because Jordan unfortunately passed away in 2020, and I want to do this kind of inner memory. And so if you would like to do something for that book as well, that would be
now.
wonderful.
I'll think about, anytime someone invites me to something, I'll think about doing something, of course. And if something clicks, then I'll go through with it. But you know, one step at a time, baby steps, right?
Exactly.
I don't want to start writing checks my
Exactly.
whatever can't cash.
And
So
right. So yeah, I mean all of this is provisional. I never expect anybody, to, I mean, like we had Gemma Files was going to write us something for the Black Sabbath book, and she couldn't do it. So, but we had Paul M. Salmon, right? And another venture that I'm pretty sure that almost anybody would be interested in this if you're into horror at all is we're doing a Clive Barker book. And so,
Clive Barker is there are guys that I admire. I admire Clive Barker for everything he's done,
yeah.
but I've read some of his work and it just doesn't click with me.
Okay,
There's some
cool.
guys that they click, some guys that don't. Um, it's not nothing to say against any of
Of
his
course.
work. I mean, it's brilliant, and
Yeah.
there's all kinds of people who love his stuff. But for example, I've never gotten into H.P. Lovecraft.
Right. Yeah.
It just isn't my thing.
Right.
People ask me about that, and I said, sorry, it's not what I do. Like I'm very action oriented, plot driven, all
Sure.
those kind of things. Characterization, yeah, when I remember, and hopefully enough. I put enough cues and keys in there to
Yeah.
make some kind of character work. But atmosphere, slow moving terror, that sort of thing, uh, just never worked for me. So but I'll try anything once. I mean, you mentioned it was Brothers of the Night, right?
Brothers of the Night. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll tell you about how I got involved with that. I think it was the the it was a sequel to Sons of Darkness,
Right.
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
was Brothers of the Night the first one and Sons of Darkness
Yeah.
was the second one?
Brothers of the Night, I remember because Tom Roche sent me not one but two manuscript copies, typescript manuscript copies of Brothers of the Night, and he kept saying, "Yeah, dedicated to you, man." I was like, "Well, I'm neither gay nor a vampire, but it's got Caitlin Kiernan and Kevin Andrew Murphy in it, so
If Brothers of the if Brothers of the Night was the one I'm in, is it?
yeah, yes, yeah,
Okay, so how that came about? Michael Rowe was also, I think, co-editor on that one,
yes,
the first book, Sons of Darkness, and we were in the Greater Toronto area. We met all the time, and I hadn't really met him, but he had come out with that book, and I saw him at a party, and I said, why didn't you invite me? He says, oh, I didn't think that would be something you'd be interested in, like as a straight male writing all this kind of, I guess he would consider macho, masculine horror.
yeah,
And I said, no, no, I love a challenge. And he said, okay. And so I did, and I wrote a story called Letting Go, which was very well reviewed when that book came out. And is the funny thing about the writing career, even back in the day, that book, that story took me about 3 weeks to write, and it was very difficult to write. And I made all of $100 for it,
wow,
So, you think how crazy wanting to be a writer is, and yeah, I'm a full time writer, and here I am writing this story and working 3 weeks to make $100, which I could have made that in one day, working somewhere else, anywhere else.
yeah,
And but I loved the challenge of it, and I loved his reaction to me saying, "No, no, I want to be part of it." And I know he was like hoping, "Oh, I hope he comes through with something because maybe it'll be good." And it was good, and I ended up doing stories for his later anthologies, Queer Fear and Queer Fear Two.
yeah,
And so, yeah, I remember that. I remember that we were at Don Hutchison's house.
hmm
He was the editor of Northern Frights series, and Michael was there, and I was there, and I said, why didn't you invite me? And he was like taking it back, like I never expected you'd want to be part of that. I said,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, that's what I do. I write stories
exactly,
for a living. So yeah, I remember that, and that was like back in the day. Like you were, anytime someone came up with an anthology with guidelines, like of course I'm going to try writing something for it, because that's what I do. And that's how you did things back in the day.
yeah.
So
You mentioned some names that I've worked with. Sephora Giron, I published her story in Axis of Evil, a heavy metal horror anthology, and also I collaborated with Nancy Kilpatrick. I'm sure that you've crossed paths and had some work in her.
Nancy was a very good colleague of mine.
Yeah,
She passed away recently, which is unfortunate. But I'll tell you this: when we first met, she had just come out with her novel from Pocket Books, was called Near Death.
yes,
And I was envious, of course, and we were very competitive. She had a story in First Northern Frights called Farm Wife,
right,
which was reprinted in Year's Best Horror. I was asked for that book to write a story based on the cover illustration, which I did.
right,
So we were back and forth being competitive, and I edited anthologies where she had stories in it,
yeah,
and she also edited anthologies that had stories of mine in it. I'll give you an example of one. It was called uh, I'm looking at it, the spine over there. I can't see it from here. It's called Seductive Specters. That's it.
right.
And it was an erotic horror anthology published by an erotic book publisher. I can't remember the name. I can't. I can see it just over there. But anyway,
Yeah,
So she called me up at one point and said, "I'm short of lesbian stories. Can you do something for that?" And I said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." So I wrote a story that had a lesbian tilt to it. And then she called me one day. Well, she accepted it and she
Right.
was very happy to get it. But then she let me know that Susie Bright had selected it for Best American Erotica 1999.
My fucking
And
God.
Nancy was not competitive, or she was like a crowing mother
Right.
that
Yeah.
one of
Yeah.
her children had just succeeded, and she was like ecstatic and very happy for that. So my relationship with Nancy was
Yeah.
very professional and very warm. I actually stayed at her place in Montreal one time to attend a convention there. So
Wow.
we were as close as professional colleagues could be, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
She.
yeah, I have fond memories of Nancy.
Yeah, yeah. We were actually at the World Horror Convention in Atlanta when Poppy Z. Bright read from Exquisite Corpse for the first time, and also Caitlin R. Kiernan read. And I remember, like, it was like Nancy was here, and then Thomas Rush was over here, right? And the panel was Nancy A. Collins, Caitlin R. Kiernan, and Poppy was the moderator, and that was it. And they were talking about I don't know what the subject was, but I mean that was historical. That was incredible moment in history, in horror history.
I was there. I did attend that convention with my wife in Atlanta. I think that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
But of course, I was nobody then, just another guy, and I enjoyed that quite a bit. I enjoyed going to the conventions. I did Chicago, Stamford, Atlanta. There was one in Niagara Falls, a few others, and I enjoyed them. But of course, when you're not as active in the genre as I was at that time, there's no point in going, right?
right,
So,
exactly.
and but I know that a lot of people continued going, and they were a lot of fun. And yeah, every once in a while, you got I got to see Harlan Ellison read, a short story of his, and the room was packed then. It might have even been in Atlanta. I don't know,
Yeah,
one of those places. And the room was packed because everyone heard that he was really good at doing readings, and he was. I don't remember the story. I remember there was a waterfall inside a waterfall, and I don't remember anything else the story. But he was
right.
captivating the whole time
Yes.
you read it. Like at the end, you're going, "What the hell happened?" I don't know, but it was great.
My
So
first
yeah, those moments do happen.
my first Stokers was Richard Matheson was the the guest of honor, and that was just I was just I mean this man was one of, I guess, my biggest inspirations, or just he's a god to me, and when they announced that he, and also Harlan was there as well, rest in peace, and it was just incredible. I was just like, this man wrote Hell House, right? And
Yeah,
I Am Legend. It was just amazing. So yeah,
you mentioned Richard Matheson. He's one of my holy trinity.
right.
Richard Matheson, Robert Bloch, and Ray Bradbury. Those
Yeah,
are the three. And you mentioned these other authors.
yeah,
I had a connection with those three, especially with their short fiction,
yeah,
than I did with others. Later on, it would be like Joe Lansdale,
right.
Ed Gorman,
Yes,
and other writers like that. So it's not exactly Ramsey Campbell and Clive Barker and those others. It's kind of a different take on the horror genre, but
it is.
that's the one I leaned into.
Right. That is one of, and that's the one I've leaned into as well. One of my favorite authors, who I actually met at that convention, and I've subsequently published her, and I'm republishing a story of hers in the Clive Barker book, is Lucy Taylor, and she's also like widely published in all of the Hot Blood series that you were in.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yes,
can we talk about
I
her for a second here?
yeah, Her first novel was a Stoker nominee when my first novel was a Stoker nominee, Wormwolf. Of
Yeah.
course, I had no chance of winning. Mine was based on a role playing game, so I was just flattered to be on the list.
Yeah.
But she won, and I congratulated her as soon as the event was over. And never really was in contact with her. But I had a copy of her story collection, Unnatural Acts, and I recently read that, and I was blown away. And it's like 25 years after it was published.
Right.
And I did send her a message on Facebook Messenger, but she never responded. Ghosted me. How
Well,
dare she? But
yeah.
anyway,
She
that's all right.
she is.
But I did take the time to acknowledge how well she did there and how it affected me. And I thought she did a really great job. I really loved the book, and so I let her know. I mean, for what it's worth, maybe she'll come across it at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe who knows what. But anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
yes, very very talented woman, and did some great work there. And I really enjoyed reading her book very recently.
There's also an interesting connection, Lucy Taylor connection, because she and Mitzi Soretto are good pals too, and they're right. Mitzi
I
Soretto.
don't know who that is, so
Mitzi Soretto is this amazing woman. She writes a lot of true crime. She's also written erotica, and she's edited the true crime anthologies. And she is best known for she collaborates with a literal teddy bear. Okay, so she has this teddy bear called Teddy Teddaloo, right? And they've written a number of award-winning, um, you know, uh, mystery stories that also feature a bear. I believe it's a bear detective. And Mitzi is a close friend of Lucy's. In fact, they were at this bar in London where, and I think I forget how that happened, but I had Mitzi on the show at any rate. So Mitzi was also involved in this very, very strange kind of a mockumentary called Lint. And it's worth looking up. It's on YouTube in sections. So that also involved people like, Alan Moore and D. Harlan Wilson, the Bizarro guy, who I've been published alongside him as well. So it's really interesting because and funny as fuck because it's sort of like the This Is Spinal Tap of Bizarro. You know,
sounds like interesting stuff. I mean, having a teddy bear as your collaborator.
right?
I mean, if you don't know somebody, you might as well go to the source, right? Say, how does it how does a bear detective go about solving crimes? And if you
Right.
don't know, you might as well have a collaborator who does know, I guess.
Exactly, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, that is Ray Charchet knowledge, for sure. So you said you've clearly distinguished yourself from the likes of the great Ramsey Campbell. I mean, we can all respect Ramsey. He's certainly one of the masters, right? But you are more like act action, fast-paced action stuff, character driven, and so I was actually introduced to Krista Faust through by Craig Spector. Craig Spector kind of gave me a little bit of a turbocharge for my career. And after he and John Skip broke up, and he gave me an exclusive interview, which got me in touch with Necro Publications, which got me in touch with all these other people. And so after all these years, like Splatterpunk has spawned its own awards, right? What do you think of? And we have like people like Jasper Barker is a contributor to my books. What do you think of Splatterpunk like as a genre?
It's interesting because when it first came about, splatterpunk, I remember articles in like Twilight Zone magazine where all of these guys, David Show, Joe Lansdale, maybe Skip Inspector, there must have been some others that I'm forgetting now. and they were all like, "Oh, those are guys are the cool guys. You want to be like them." And then you'd have a guy on the outside like Charles L. Grant, and
Right.
he was saying, "Ah, it's this bullshit. It's it's not true horror," and and he had his own way of going about it. And I think after a while, the splatterpunk movement kind of died down a bit because it was getting a reputation of being just, go for the throat, blood and guts, gore for gore's sake, and all
Yeah.
that kind of thing. It's interesting to note that now you're saying that there's its own awards, and I'm sure it's become refined. But at the time, first I thought, oh, Charles Grant, he's kind of he might maybe jealous isn't the word because he had quite a number of successful things going
Yeah.
his way, but just he's being a curmudgeon, and eschewing something that's new and different. But then after a while, I thought, okay, maybe he's got something to say there because, you know, violence for violence sake, and even these splatterpunk guys would admit to that. I think that just for the sake of violence is not a good storytelling technique. So I would imagine that the splatterpunk movement has kind of evolved into a visceral storytelling genre, you know, and because I remember at the World Horror Conventions, there was the gross out contest. I'm sure it still goes on now. And I did very well in it one year because I had this story about this guy who he sticks his penis in this woman's ass and she just sucks his whole body into hers, little by little. And it went over great. And okay, that was the story, but I couldn't replicate that. I tried, I'm going to do this again, and I just couldn't. So
Yeah.
I think it has its place. And if you're really good at it, there's a place for it. And I'm glad to see that it's still alive because, the horror genre, people think, oh, horror. But, when I was active back in the day, I said, well, what horror? You say, I don't like horror. And then I would say, well, what kind of horror don't you like?
Right.
Because there's, quiet horror, there's, hardcore, there's splatterpunk, there's, supernatural horror, supernatural monsters, all these kind of things. So which kind don't you like? And then
Exactly.
just want to
Yeah.
give it a blanket thing.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do that. You have to be specific. So I'm glad to see that it's still alive. And I haven't read any of it, so I can't be an expert on it. But I imagine that storytelling has crept in a little bit into the
Yeah.
mix, and blood and gore for blood and gore's sake, it has its place, but people get tired of that quite a bit, quite quickly, I should say.
Yeah. And we've just been joined by Clancy Nacht. So I'm very, very honored to be having Clancy Nacht on the program. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi
And
there.
Clancy Nacht is a Rainbow Award-winning genderqueer author of you corrected the title that I gave out of my fake prison daddy, right? Was
Yeah.
one of your
Yeah.
titles. So you submitted something to my Clive Barker literary anthology, and I was very, very intrigued by your background and some of your titles. So I'm really because frankly, all that stuff is taboo and transgressive as fuck. And I'm a friend of Billy Martin, Poppy Z. Bright from back in the day, and he's famous for that kind of stuff. So
hmm
um, I really,
Also a big inspiration of mine. Also, I'm a big fan of. So
yes,
yeah.
who isn't, right? Like a Poppy fan. In fact, I,
Right.
I had the opportunity to have a short story collection out from Necro Publications back in the 90s. And I was like, at the time, I was just, I just discovered Billy's work in about roughly from Cemetery Dance, from Swamp Fetus, and then I had an advanced reading copy of Lost Souls, right? And I was like,
Mm.
hey, this is if Clive Barker was the future of horror, this is the future of something else. We don't even know what it is yet. And so I decided it was David G. Barnett at the time who also became the fiction editor at Blood Songs magazine, which I wrote for as well. And I just said, okay, to myself, I'm not ready. But I interviewed, Billy extensively. I interviewed Nancy Kilpatrick. I talked to, Krista Faust and Ramsey Campbell and all these people. And I was trying to find out, how do you do it? I mean, I just wanted to know from Billy, like, what do you do? And his response was very candid, in Death Roll magazine. It was sort of like, well, there was a lot of mushrooms, right? There was a lot of watching, you know documentaries, like Faces of Death on shrooms, and just watching the dead bodies, real and fake, kind of, mutate under the hallucinogenic influence,
Hmm.
and as well as, well, that's something that he shares with Ramsey Campbell as well, who was kind of an acid head back in the day, right? And so, how did you get started in writing these titles? I mean, these, like, the fake, prison daddy. I mean, how do you where do you have to go, Clancy, in order to evoke that very, very taboo, very Jean Genet kind of, setting and doings?
You know what, it's just what goes on in my head. I don't, I don't have any mushrooms to blame or like kombucha. It's all the kombucha.
Oh yeah.
No, it's just, I think that's just always been my influence. I was thinking last night about like, um, how did I get here?
Yeah.
And it's like thinking about my earliest memory
Right.
that I have, and I usually tell people something kind of bland, but my real earliest memory was that my parents had gotten me some hamsters, and I guess they didn't realize that male and female hamsters were there, so they, bred, started making babies. And my first memory was screaming, they're eating the babies
Oh yeah, they do that.
because they'll do that. Yeah. So I think
Oh
that
sh
kind of started me like, oh, okay. This is, it's probably like two or three. Um, yeah, just a lot of weird, gory things that happened. My, dad took me to see Alien. I was probably four or five. So
uh,
it's just always had like really vivid nightmares and um weird things that happened. His fake prison daddy came partially also just from the news because it is kind of a romance thriller. So, it's a little sexy. It's a little cannibalism.
oh,
Um,
with the corpse action, or can we say, or
well, the prison daddy, the main guy is a cannibal.
oh, okay.
Um, and that's what he's in jail for.
Mhm.
And you know, he does bite off the face of one of the other inmates. So, there's there's things that go on. Although I call it primarily a romance and not maybe just where I'm weird.
Yeah.
Um, because they do form this attachment. But it was also like part of it was exploring some of the political overtones of like um of private prisons and things that go on because like there's a lot of horror that can go on in prison just in general, and then of course the more we make it cruel, the crueler everyone inside gets.
Right. Yeah.
So,
Exactly. Exactly. And cruelty seems to be at a premium these days, especially when, with the current political climate. And yes, I am going to get political because, there's a war against people like us. You know,
mhm.
they literally want to fucking exterminate us. And could you talk about I have some friends that are very influential to me and very inspirational. One of them is Lyric Rivera, also known as Neurodivergent Rebel, and
Mhm.
white following because I'm neurodivergent AF, and another one is Patrick Califia, who I was published alongside Patrick in the Master Slave anthology. I still can't believe that I have, like slutty
Yeah.
dark fiction in Penguin Random House book alongside, Nancy Kilpatrick and Patrick Califia, but I do, and I did, and that shit,
Awesome.
right? Thank you.
Yeah.
And so you're self-described genderqueer.
Mhm.
What was what was your journey like? When did you first realize that you were not as others?
Um, I always knew I wasn't like others, but I didn't know the specific flavor of that
Mm,
for a very long time.
yeah,
I remember being 10 years old and my parents were kind of alcoholics and but functional, this isn't like a story about that. It's just
right.
sometimes they would end up in places like New Orleans or Las Vegas
Yeah.
and where they would be drinking, having a good time, and I was kind of left to wander and I remember standing on the street. I was looking at the horse and carriages or something, and then I saw this man walking down the street and full beard, but like drag makeup,
Hmm.
wearing a sequin dress,
Right.
and I was just like, is that allowed? I love this. My
Right.
God, like
Yeah.
and then like, one of my aunts or uncles kind of like pulled me back because I was like ready to go wherever this party's headed, I'm going.
Uh, Think of the
Um,
children, right? Yeah.
so I guess in that way you could say that drag queens are dangerous and
Hard.
that,
Yeah. You
and
can
that
have
like
so much fun, right? Yeah.
yeah, if you don't know who you are or what you are and then you see it and then you're like, "Oh, this clicks. I get it. I understand now. I'm starting to understand." But it took a quite a while to kind of figure things out and I didn't have the vocabulary for it. That's some of the tragedy with Just Say Gay, removing
Right.
the Just Say Gay is that it didn't I grew up in Texas and like it didn't
Wow, I'm sorry.
change who I am.
Yeah.
I just didn't have the words for it. I just couldn't really articulate it.
Yeah.
So I didn't, my understanding was bisexuals were devious and slutty, and I wasn't those things, but I was sleeping with male and female
Right.
partners. So, but I didn't consider myself bisexual because I wasn't those things.
Right. Exactly.
Um, yeah, so it doesn't really stop anything. It just makes you more confused.
Make them more confused. So
Yeah.
I already know several. I mean, you submitted to my Clive Barker, but I already know two other books that I'm doing, which that you'll want to be in on. And one
Okay.
of them is I can't believe it. We're just about we've got A Collective Paw, which is an animal rights anthology. So that's the next one. And then the next one we have on board is Moondust Will Cover You, a literary tribute to David Bowie. And we have,
I
okay,
love David
check,
Bowie. Yeah.
check this out. You check this out. You're gonna shit. Okay. We have David J. Haskins from
Okay.
Bauhaus, the man who wrote Bela
Wow.
Lugosi's Dead. We have Hannah Breschard,
Mm-hmm.
the Space Cadet. We have my good pal Tony Zanetta of Main Man Entertainment. We've got Anna Taborska, a dear pal who last year won the Bram Stoker Award after being up for bat for 5 times, right? Anna finally got the Stoker. We got who don't we have? Are You Serious from Mondo 2000? We have John Palisano, and and I've actually forgotten which people we have in the book because it's so enormous now. But and Caitlin R. Kiernan, who is
Oh, love her,
prominently
yeah.
featured in, right? Isn't she awesome? And
Hmm.
prominently featured in a lot of our books. In fact, I'm so spoiled now, man, because our last 5 books have had Caitlin in it in some form or another. And and okay, she's writing an original piece for the Clive Barker book. Okay,
Wow.
right?
Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. Like this is so I'm so fortunate, and I try never to be complacent or take anything for granted. I mean, I've worked with Jarbo. The Jarbo contributed to the Bauhaus book
Hmm.
with Carrie Lee Chrome, the founder of the Runaways with Joan Jett, as did Ethan Marolis from Spawn Ranch and Black Tape for a Blue Girl. Tara Vanflower is one of our frequent contributors from Lycia and Typo Negative,
Hmm.
and Daniela Santa Giuliana, um, who does testing vault in Italy and has collaborated with Max Brody from Ministry. So we've got a lot of rock stars on board. You know, we're frequently collaborating with people like you know Tara Vanflower is a good pal of mine, and I just got word from back from Jarbo that we have permission to republish the lyrics to "The Lonely Voyeur," which we initially did in the Bauhaus tribute, White on White, a literary tribute to and to uh, to Bauhaus, which had a preface or not a foreword by Poppy Z. Bright. Yeah, and
Wow.
contributions from John Shirley and everybody. So I'm really excited about, this well, one of them is called The Beautiful Downgrade. The Beautiful Downgrade, going to hell again, right? From the
Hmm.
Bauhaus song, because Billy um referenced that song in the forward to White on White. And so I was like, yes, yes, that's so perfect, right? It's so
Right.
it's just like almost like lightning in the bottle what we're doing now. So I'm sorry I'm babbling. I'm
No,
so
that's
excited.
great.
I'm so
Uh,
excited.
Excuse me, Alex.
Yes.
Am I required anymore? I just want to like.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like completely, overlook you. Yeah, so we have Ado.
No, I've enjoyed my time, but I'm just if you're moving on to another guest, that's
Well,
fine.
I would love to actually have you you know, as part of this conversation, because not to exclude you. So this is um, uh, Clancy Nacht is a genderqueer bisexual author and who's in Texas of all places, and
the
and
spookiest of states, I guess.
he looks
And I
looks
loved Wolfpack, so I
yeah,
was
he looks
excited
like a
to.
fan of
Appreciate that.
hers.
Thanks.
Yeah,
So
Pleasure to meet you.
yeah,
pleasure to meet you.
and as well as winning the Rainbow Award, I believe more than once. So could you tell
Mhm.
me, Clancy, about how that came about?
So there's sort of a subculture of writers and readers focused on LGD, LGBTQ literature because it can be really hard to break through. You're writing something in a niche, but you've also got kind of a built-in audience of people who are really into it. So you can kind of, you can eke out a couple of rent payments and whatnot. Um, It's not the most explosively, but so a woman that I knew in Italy started to wanted to make, sort of an awards system where we could, specifically a lot of times the more indie authors where we don't really have a platform to try to um, you know, get into lambda literary or things like that. And also just for a long time, they just wouldn't accept ebooks. They wouldn't accept anything that wasn't agented and published in the big five. So this was kind of a indie group of people and peers reviewing and, so it's us reading us for the most part. I had never judged, but a lot of other peers did. And yeah, they would have different sections for, gay literature, lesbian literature, transgender. So, it gave us a lot of, it expanded throughout the years to where, they were getting, a little bit more specific into like, okay, so this is sci-fi now. And,
Yeah,
we could really, and that's what it helped encourage, I think, all of us to kind
yeah,
of explore and write things that were, weren't just romance, but, we're also political, we're also techno thrillers, we're
wow,
also speculative,
yeah,
which was something I was already doing because I'm not, you know, not great at just focusing on romance.
right,
I need some other stuff going on in it
yeah,
for it to be fun for me
right.
to write and to read. So they just kind of created it and what you did was also what I really liked about it was you didn't pay a fee to the Rainbow Awards themselves. What you did was you had to you had to give a donation. So like, give your donation to the Trevor Project
Oh, cool.
or
Yeah,
um Movable Feast was one I did, Covenant House.
right, right.
Um, a lot of and then you would just send your receipt in that paid $50 or
Yeah,
$25, but it wasn't going to an organization of people who were running a business that way.
yeah,
So it was all completely for charity. And so I liked participating in that. That made me feel good because,
yeah,
money was going to places where it was needed.
yeah,
I don't know. I'm not always comfortable with art being judged against one another
right.
because I mean, it's so personal but I was lucky enough to get some of those awards in particular for like an honorable mention for my sci-fi and, you know, some for mystery and intrigue.
That's righteous.
Yeah. So
Yeah, it is.
that's really the only competition I've really participated in.
Well, yes. Speaking of the Lammies, I have a really good friend and collaborator named Jan Steckel who won one of those, and
Nice.
and she's thank you, and she's also in my David Bowie book as well as the neurodivergency book that we put out last, and so I asked Jan like if she would like what's the whole process with the Lammies, and so she sent me an email, and I sort of like I have so many projects going on, but maybe like I could put up one of the anthologies for a Lammy because they're just they're just so packed with goodness. And we just sent 4 books to Ellen Datlow, and I'm really, fingers crossed, man. I mean, just really excited about our prospects because, one of them is like Hand of Doom, and a literary tribute to Black Sabbath. And we had original stories from everybody from Paul M. Salmon to Kevin Andrew Murphy. I know that Ado has had work alongside Kevin, you know Kevin, right?
Kevin Murphy.
Kevin Andrew Murphy.
I don't. I probably met him back in the day,
Yeah.
but I don't know him personally.
Okay.
But as far as Ellen Datlow goes, I'll tell you a story. At a convention, and she does the year's best, and she also does the honorable mentions. So I said to her, I said, Ellen, how come you've never included me once, not even for an honorable mention in one of your books, not even for the Stoker Award winning story? She goes, what? And she couldn't believe me. So she gets a couple of her books and she starts looking through them, and she said, she doesn't see my name anywhere. And she says, oh my God, I don't believe it. So in the next few years, I was getting some honorable mentions, out of pity maybe. But um, yeah, I have interacted with Ellen. She's a very nice lady.
She is really, really sweet. Yeah, I like her a lot. I remember the first time that this was really funny because I just read um Tim Lucas's novel Throat Sprockets. And I don't know if you're familiar with that one. It's a sort of about a vampire. Um, it's a
I
film.
haven't read it, but I
Yeah,
remember when it came out,
yeah,
it was the shit. It was the big deal.
right,
Throat
yeah,
Sprock. I remember that title being, you know, you go through the profession, and there are people that come along and they seem to be like Jesus when they walk in the room.
right.
Poppy Bright was like that.
Yes,
Nancy Collins was a big deal.
right.
Um, Richard Christian Matheson when
Yes,
he was around. Neil Gaiman at
for
the
sure.
time was like, oh man, the coolest guy in the room. That's kind of worn off now, but you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
there were these people that were at these conventions and we were just like, holy shit, this guy's got it all going on.
right.
Like I wish I was like him. And Throat Sprockets was one of those. Like when that book came out, I never read it, but I know it was a big deal when it came out, and everyone was really high on it.
Yeah, I just remember. So I had just read it and I recommended it to Tom Roche, and he said, I don't believe there's such a thing as throat sprockets, right? So then we were attending a panel at it was World Fantasy Convention in New Orleans, and which was led by Ellen Datlow. And she was asked, like, what are you reading right now? What are you into? And she said, Throat Sprockets. Well, Tom just like let loose like this kind of guffaw, chortle, like incredulous, like "Rah!" like that. And then, Ellen was like, "Why is this man laughing?" It was like one of those things where you had to be there and he was struggling to explain to, well, it was a private joke, Ellen, and she was like whatever. But yeah, that was one of the best vampire novels ever written, and on a short list for me with people. Who was that? The woman who collaborated with, I know Nancy Collins is right up there, but there was a woman who wrote the Vampire Tapestries, Susie McKee Sharness. I mean, for my money, Susie McKee Sharness is just one of the best ever as far as vampires are concerned, at any rate. I mean, we'll never quite touch Lost Souls, but I don't know. And Love in Vain 1 and 2. So yeah, I've only written one published vampire story, but that got into, it was a kind of it was a queer, yeah, because my stories are all from a female gender perspective. And it was this female vampire, and it was published in all places in a men's story magazine. It was sort of the revival of this men's adventure, the men's adventure, you know, um, uh, magazines from the back in the 50s and 60s. And they always had, women in distress, and it was very fetishistic. It always had like Nazis and stuff like that. But all of my stories were kind of these badass women who flipped the script on their torturers and and whatever. Um, so this was not to spoiler alert, but it's just anyway, it was a one of my favorites. I'm babbling. I'm sorry. I just get excited. It's like, oh, genderqueer, and so like back in the day, nobody talked about these things. I remember
Right.
like epithets like fag were just like the worst thing you could say to somebody when I was in elementary school was like call them a fag. And even it was really interesting though, because I remember like when like puberty hit, all of a sudden I had all these friends who were girls. And I still have most all friends, all my friends are girls, right? It never changed. But there was just one day where it was sort of like this silent accord agreement that okay, the boys are going to stick together, right? And the girls are going to be sticking together too. And suddenly there's this tension. For me, I was like, my best friend was a girl, right? And she
Hmm.
was kind of a tomboy, and maybe there was a little kind of androgyny there, that I didn't realize that I found that really fucking attractive, right? And she would like we would horseplay around, and she would like hoist me on her shoulders and stuff like that. And it's just really, really my pal. To this day, my friends are women. It's just beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, if people only acknowledged and embraced that, you know, you're not less of a person. You're not less whatever you want to be. You're not less of a man or a woman or whatever. Just
Yeah, you're just a person.
you're
That's
just
all
a
it is.
person,
We're
right?
just people.
You're just
And
people,
that's
If I can
right?
interject with a story,
Yes.
when my son was in elementary school, he came home and he was using the word fag and faggot. And I said to him, "You shouldn't be using that. You know, one of my friends is a gay man, and you wouldn't say that to him." And he goes, "Who is it?" I said, "Who do you think?" And he couldn't think of anybody. I said, "Michael Rowe." He goes, "What? He's the nicest one of all your friends." And I said, "That's exactly right." And
Right.
from that moment on, it was a learning thing, and got him away from thinking in those terms. And I told Michael that story, and he loved it too. But it's just where it comes from, and you have some guidance at that crucial moment in your lifetime. I think it matters quite a bit.
yeah. So when you're a kid, you just don't have the experience. You don't know, and here's
Well, it
here's
was like
this word to call
that's where
someone
all the other
if you're
kids at
mad.
school were
Yeah.
using the word, right? So he thought it was cool, and he just got a little perspective, and it shut it right down. So
Yep.
Um, so so
It
um
was great.
so Clancy, I've talked about some of my heroes who I'm also honored to be friends with. And Lasara Firefox Allen is another one we've had on the show, right? And so who were some of, like growing up, who were some of the people that you looked up to who were sort of like the pioneers of, there wasn't even a word. Susie Bright used to use the word gender fuck a lot. And
Yeah,
and and
I
I
like that.
I really like that a lot because it's very, to me, it goes to the heart of, it's transgressive, it's deliberately offensive to people
Mm-hmm.
who would find the idea that you could be attracted to more than one gender or sexual orientation at the same time, and you don't have to define yourself at all. But who were some of the people that you saw as, you know, okay, it's okay to be that way?
It's okay to be that way.
Well, Bill, um, um,
In
it
Texas,
is fabulous. It's wonderful.
in Texas, it's sort of, some things were sort of so like it was pretty mainstream sort of people that would get that I would see or understand. I didn't really have a lot. Um, I didn't really have a ton of role models, but I knew that uh I loved reading Tom Robbins and which is not horror, but but is, fun and out there and a little bit psychedelic. and I read a lot of Stephen King, of course, and then Clive Barker. Um, and I read, yeah, I read a lot of different things. I didn't like reading things for school. I was always reading, but I didn't always read the assigned books.
Me either.
Um, I would just read like a Cliff Notes thing or whatever. Just be like, oh, I'm in the middle of my own book. I don't want to start reading this, or I would start reading it and be like, this is boring.
Right.
I don't want to read this. So, yeah, I kind of just read whatever I could get my hands on, like really young was of course Nancy Drew, which is,
Yeah.
but I liked things that, at least gave the sense that, uh, girls could have some autonomy and do
Right.
things. It's one of the things I really loved about Alien, um, the movie, and really getting to see, and I think that's why I ended up watching so much horror. You've got the final girl, and I know that it's, more for the male gaze in a lot of ways, but that kind of took from it what I wanted to take,
Yeah.
which was yeah, you can fight back, you
Right.
can you
Exactly.
can kill, you can kick some butt.
Right.
Um, and then, and my love of horror, I didn't know that, like, I didn't really understand the queer roots of horror. Um, all I really knew was that I really liked it, and then I had friends who really liked it, and we would all hang out and watch. And subsequently, like on Facebook later, like as friends are starting to come out as queer, I'm like,
Right. Yeah.
we were a little queer club. We didn't, we just
Exactly.
didn't know. We never said it to each other.
Right.
We
Yeah.
never, like, because it was like a lot of I had a lot of male friends
Right.
too.
Yeah.
And I played percussion and I did, things that were generally considered more male centric. And then,
Right.
anyone who asked any questions, I was like, mind your business.
Right. Yeah.
I had an unusually weird and high self-esteem, I think, for that kind of thing. I was like, I'm just doing what I'm doing.
Right. Yeah.
The rest of you need to figure your own shit out. Mind your own business.
Okay.
So that was I was an only child too. So I think being left to my own devices and, parents who were a little bit checked out, I kind of had to figure out what I was going to do and what life was. And so, that's what I did. So and then I started getting hold of, I was getting really in college, I was getting really harassed, sexually harassed um by frat boys, and I dyed my hair black because like maybe this will help. Maybe if I
Right.
just look scary to them. And I suddenly, like, there were people creeping out of the woodwork, like, do you like Susie and the Banshees? Yes, I love
Yes.
Susie and the
Right.
Banshees.
Yeah.
And it's how I kind of started really meeting my people, my crew. So even in Texas, you can find your crew, you can find your group. Um, and then they started passing me the Anne Rice books, and they
Right.
passed me Puppies Eat Bright,
Exactly.
and that's when I really started like, okay, okay. So that took until college, and
Yeah.
that's conservatism, and it's, growing up in the time of AIDS and HIV and all that fear mongering. So,
Yeah. I kind of want to like talk about the queer roots of horror because that's a subject that absolutely fascinates me. And I also want to
mhm,
mention that as far as I was talking with last year, I was talking with my friend, it's an old one of my older friends, Leslie Spivey, um, aka Elvorian von Spivey from the death rock supergroup Penis Flytrap, right? Just had dying of cancer from 45 Grave and Castration Squad as the singer. And we were
mhm,
just talking about how this this whole idea of like having a mask on, to protect yourself from bullies, right? You mentioned about like wearing black and stuff, and I think that
Hmm.
that's a commonality in a lot of us. I mean, Leslie is one of the sweetest people you could ever meet in your life, and she, an interesting thing about her too is her one of her oldest friends and her roommate was Kenneth Anger, the filmmaker. I mean,
Uh-huh.
like mind blowing, and they had the kind of this interesting relationship with Bobby Beausoleil, who later went on to become infamous as a part of the Manson family, right? So there's all these interesting connections that she had
Hmm.
with the Manson family and Aleister Crowley, and she was also um she's a what does she call herself, a Satanist, but not a theological Satanist, whatever that means. Another one of our friends is Sharon LeVay, who's the head of the Church of Satan right now. So she has endorsed my work. Um, there's this whole interesting network of kind of people who sort of we all seem to have found one another, and
Hmm.
it's just over the years I've found we found one another, and I'm so and completely and utterly grateful to those people for being inspirations and friends and sort of encouraging me and saying, I mean, having just being able to reach out to Caitlin or Kieran and say, hey, I'm having this whatever situation or whatever, and having actual like a long, thoughtful email from that, I will never take that for granted. I know
Yeah.
how important she is. I mean, I know like how, like Stephen King, thinks that Caitlin is the master of
Hmm.
fiction for our age. But I really wanted to talk about the queer roots of horror because that's absolutely fascinating. I mean, you look at, people like Mary Shelley. You also look at
Hmm.
there's a lot of YouTube videos that I was watching and about like the kind of queer coded villains of the 1930s. And I mean, it's like
Hmm.
Dracula is the most obvious example, but you have like you know y- um well, yeah, and you have like actors like Vincent Price, who was bisexual, and
Right.
Cassandra Peterson is also, queer. And I think it's really interesting that you have, you know, and there was an entire like, Nightmare on Elm Street True 2 was just fucking queer. It was just basically
Yes.
like gay, you know, with a little twist of leather thrown in there. So let's, I mean, so
Yeah, and I loved it, and I didn't. I didn't understand why there wasn't you're just kind of drawn to things that you're drawn to. But yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street had a lot of very queer overtones. And there were just, I didn't quite pick up on things. Dad would take me to Hitchcock revivals, where they would play it in the big theater in Houston, and I was always very intrigued with some of his villains, which were, frequently queer coded, like in Psycho and in Rope.
right.
And what I liked about the movies was maybe something different than what my dad was taking away from it. But I really enjoyed that. I think there's a lot of queer sensibilities in David Lynch that, I loved. Um Hannibal even, of course the TV show, of course, because
Right.
Brian Fuller has this whole series about Queer for Fear,
Right.
about some of the, when you're talking about vampires, how often traditionally the vampires are female, you got Carmilla and
Yes.
just, I think I think it is interesting how much of that kind of centers in this kind of queerness and how much success you can see for people who are queer in that to like scare things. I mean, even when you're looking at Alien, like part of what the director said was even why they, went for the face hugger
Right.
and it invading and going down your throat and
Oh,
impregnating. Like it was just so terrifying to men because that's
right.
not necessarily the experience they're expecting, or at least cis
Right.
straight
Yeah.
men to be most
Right.
specific.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, um, so there's a lot of elements that are kind of that mainstream society fears that can manifest in horror, but I think it also can kind of speak to people who are like, hey, that's kind of my experience.
Right. And I just wanted to give a factoid about David J. Haskins. He
Mhm.
literally lives like within a mile of Forest Lawn Cemetery. So you can, put two and two together. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Anyway, yeah. I remember when I sent him, copies of like the Bauhaus book, and then I took a photo of the, when the USPS, they send you a photo and then of the delivery, and I'm like, oh my God, it's outside his door, you know. I did a
The
Facebook
door.
post of like I inset his face and I said, this is, you know, our Bauhaus anthology is outside David J. Haskins' door. I was so this is I'm living the life. Like I never
Yeah.
in a million years, whenever like my girlfriend back in the 80s, we used to watch The Hunger like religiously, and I was
Hmm.
part of like this is the whole group that included, this is how I met Tom Roche, because his girlfriend was my first girlfriend, and then her best friend became my next girlfriend, and then and that woman, Katie Lansdale, went on to become a professor of like, you know focusing on Gothic literature and Victorian literature at Pasadena City College. So she made it really big and getting her PhD and stuff. I was super proud of her. But that whole, we there was a lot of queer people in that group, and that's how I knew Thomas.
Hmm.
And and then we became best friends, and you know that that basically led us to today. He introduced me to people like Danielle Willis, and then and Susie Bright, and it's just a trip. Like back in the 90s, it was such a like a this it felt like a renaissance, like a queer
Hmm.
renaissance, and also body modification and stuff like that. Because I also worked with Patricia Cram and Lauren Rhodes from Morbid Curiosity, right? And we actually did a whole reading at Museum of Death in Hollywood called "Morbid Curiosity Marries the Museum of Death," right? And it was
Nice.
so badass. Anyway, I'm babbling, but so queer coded horror, like at least you have people like Cassandra Peterson, aka
Elvira.
Elvira,
Yeah.
Mistress of the Dark. So, and when she came out like a couple of years ago, well, I mean,
Yeah. I was like,
we're like, yay! Of course,
hell
we
yeah.
always knew, right? We
But
always,
but also like werewolves, like, like I know sometimes that can be used as metaphor for queerness
yeah, exactly.
in werewolves.
Yeah,
In the books, there was not any
Yeah, in yours,
queer
but yeah,
characters.
just
In the television series, Jeff Davis put his stamp on it, and they had queer characters, and I thought that was great. I didn't have a problem with that. I wasn't involved in anything to do with the creation of the TV series. Um, but prior to my involvement with the Michael Rose anthologies, my first novel, Wormwolf, took place in San Francisco, and I couldn't possibly have a book set in San Francisco without at least a few gay characters. And I remember being writing in the book and just saying, they just want someone to be loved, and you know, you should be able to have that, and that's all. And if that's all they want,
Hmm.
they can have that, and why shouldn't they have that? And I remember Don Bassingthwaighte. I don't know if that name is familiar to you, but he did a few novels for White Wolf Games and other short stories. And he's a gay man, and he read that book, and he was very pleased with it. That the gay characters were just treated as another character who happened to be
Hmm.
gay. Nothing special, nothing outlandish, nothing. Just hey, I just want to have someone to love like everyone else does. And I was quite proud of that
Yeah.
because why not? And then later on, we did for Michael Rowe, we did some stories with gay characters that had to really focus in on the gay themes, and we did that. I did that all right, but yeah, we did okay. So I don't have any more expertise on queer characters or gay culture. I'm sorry, that's about as it. That's it. But might be something I might think about in the future, including some characters in that. But I say I'm on the East time zone here. It's getting late in the day, and I've got to move on. So if
Okay.
it's all right with you two,
Yeah,
if I could check out at this point.
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And please let's stay in touch and I would love to. I don't think that, Clive Barker is necessarily slow moving. I mean, have you ever seen Hellraiser? Like
Yes,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have. Just please take whatever criticism I have with a grain of salt.
of course.
I haven't read a lot of Clive Barker.
Yeah,
With everybody in the genre, I always gave them a chance. I started reading with, a few things.
yeah,
And if it clicked with me, I would read more and then
yeah,
eventually everything. If it
right.
didn't click, I would move on.
The
And you
Damnation game is really good.
made
Hmm.
mention about when you were in school and the books they gave you to read.
Yes.
When I was doing school visits for Wolfpack, I would tell kids that school made me hate reading
Hmm.
because they always gave you a book to read. And if you didn't like it, you had to read the book. And I hated that. So I always told the kids, find something that you like to read and read that. And don't worry about what they give you at school is something you don't like. You have to read it, but find something that you do like. And I also gave people permission to toss things aside if they didn't like them. Because when I started reading, it would be like, I have to get to the end of this book because I have
Hmm.
to say I read it. And then later on, I said, fuck, my time is valuable. I don't have time to
Exactly.
read this shit if I'm not getting anything out of it. So I could put it down. And I would think, well, at first I would think it's my fault because I didn't get it. And then later on, I thought, no, 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 it's the writer's fault because I'm an intelligent guy and I should be able to get this. And if
Yes.
I'm not getting it, the writer failed on some level, and I don't need to waste my time getting to the end of it. So, and a lot of people came back to me later and said that was enlightening. And it was like lifting a weight off their shoulders. I don't have to read everything they tell me. I can read things just for pure enjoyment. Yes, you can.
Yes.
So I'll leave
Yes,
it
you
at
can.
that,
And you
and
should.
I'll leave it at
Absolutely
that.
should.
My contribution, and yes, I will be in touch with you, Alex, and hopefully if you'd like, we could do this again at some point.
Okay, thanks so much, Nathan.
Fair enough. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
Nice meeting you.
And as we were speaking of you know, gayness and such like, I just wanted to put in a little plug for a book that my good friend Greg Tomani wrote, and it's called Gale Wolf. Okay, it's just I write
Gayo Wolf.
Yes. And it's just
Awesome.
he's so queer. It's not even funny. He's in a relationship with Felipe Rose from the Village People. Okay, that's how queer he is. Okay, that's pretty fucking queer. I mean, so this book is this it's interesting because the first time that I had a gay book dedicated to me, it was, you know, Brothers of the Night, and um Ada was just talking about. But Brothers of the Night was co-edited by Michael Rowe and Thomas Roche, and it had, like, Caitlin R. Kiernan, Kevin Andrew Murphy, and Ado, and it was edited, by my friend, and he dedicated it to me. And
Oh.
he's he's he sent me not one but two manuscript copies of this book. Like I really need, like he wanted me to really, grok that, you know, I was, was the dedicatee of this very gay vampire anthology, right? So that happened. That was back in the 90s. And then, so most recently, so this is so funny. So Greg Tomani is like considered to be like a philosophy god by people like Cornel West. He's
Hmm.
he wrote the first, he created the first philosophical system in the United States, and the forward to his thesis was written by Cornel West. So he's kind of like a heavy guy, right? And we did this, the first iteration of our William S. Burroughs tribute anthology called Just One Fix, the Literary Salute to William S. Burroughs. The first, okay, so the first piece in it is called William S. Burroughs on Grinder, dedicated to Alex S. Johonson. So there's you see kind of a theme developing. It's like,
Hmm.
hello, and it's extremely gay. I mean, not surprisingly.
Right.
Then right, and so more recently, he asked me if I would write the forward to his book called literally Gaia Wolf, and I'm like, okay, okay, I will do that. Here it is, Gaia Wolf, available
Amazing.
from Amazon. It's, forward by Alex S. Johnson, Gaia Wolf, G.R. Tomani, the first openly queer epic poem. As I told Greg, as opposed to all the other, you know, like
Right.
basically the epic poem came out of like Greek literature, which is like super fucking gay. I mean,
Uh-huh.
you remember, do you ever see the movie Ghost World?
Yeah, it's been a really long time, but yeah.
Remember the store owner and the Greek store owner, and his this guy with a mullet comes in, this this metal dude with a mullet comes in, and he's like bare chested or whatever, and the guy says, no shoes, no shirt, no service, and he's like, you know and something, and he's like, rock and roll, man. And then the store owner says, we Greeks invented, it's the American way. And he said, we Greeks invented democracy. And the guy says, and you also invented homos. So I have a signed copy of
Like it needed to be
Right,
invented.
needed to be
Have
in.
you seen the movie Queer, which the with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
bought it. I bought it
yeah.
on YouTube. Yeah, so this is
It just
signed
made me think of it.
by
Oh,
Daniel,
cool.
who's a really cool guy. Yeah. So, and also, while I got you here, I'm waiting for a signed copy of Agents of Dreamland from Caitlin. Also,
Oh,
I was just had Clive
I,
Barker calling me, but that's okay, because some people would just like, you know consider that a good thing, you know. They have,
Somewhere I have a signed copy of Exquisite Corpse,
oh,
and they
nice.
have a picture of me with
Let's, that's so
with Poppy
bad.
Z Bright. But
That's,
yeah, it's it's dated now, we'll say.
this is, um, this is actually, well, I got a couple of things to show you. So this is like my first communication with Poppy Billy. This is 1994. This is an actual snail
Nice.
mail, right? It's like, so, okay, check that out. I mean, this is like, this is amazing,
Cool.
right?
Yeah.
And
Amazing.
it really, it's just like, I'm so fortunate. I don't know. We gravitated towards one another because I just, Swamp Fetus. I saw the ad in Cemetery Dance. I was like, what is this new thing in nature? And one thing led to another. All of a sudden, I'm in Purple Pro's newsletter. I mean, this is the first, this is the first publication of RIT, and
Wow.
it had me in it too. In fact, how did that happen? Well, our mutual friend Krista Faust was actually introduced to me by Craig Spector. And so I
Hmm.
interviewed, who insisted that I interview Krista. So I did, and it wound up in Poppy's
That's
newsletter.
cool.
Thank you. So yeah, and this is from World Horror Convention, right? So I was like, yay,
Nice.
Poppy
Yeah.
fever, right? So these are things like I keep around me to inspire me when I feel down.
Hmm.
And then he wrote a introduction to my William S. Burroughs book, which just blows my mind because I had a forward by Graham Masterton, right?
Wow.
So I'm like, damn, hit the mother load of just sheer, you know, like it's crazy, right? Because in our genre, these are the
Yeah.
these are the titans. There's nobody else,
Right.
right? I mean, there's
But we
people.
got to start making more.
We got to start making. Okay, so let's talk about that. Now we have to. Um,
Making more.
so so explain that. Like, what do you mean by making more? Because I'm working on. I'm actually grooming this guy in Liverpool to be the next Dennis Cooper.
Nice.
Thank you.
I don't know how to make more. Like, all I know how to do is what I do. And like when I uh when I met some of these people, when I started reading, I wasn't writing at
Yeah.
all. I didn't start writing until after my dad died. And
So
then that became like a therapeutic thing I was doing. Um, just sorting out my own thoughts, my own world and everything. Um, and then, it wasn't until the mid early, 2000s where it was like, okay, I guess maybe I could publish some of this. Um, a lot of the books, the early books were published by this was back before Kindle Unlimited. Kindle
yeah.
Unlimited crushed a lot of those medium-size publishers, but the publisher was Loose Id,
Right.
not not, uh a play on words of loose and id
Yes.
and also lucid.
Yes, I
And
did.
so they kind of indulged they were mostly a romance, but they would indulge my weird multi-genre um explorations,
Yeah.
and I wrote and would still write, but like right now we're having sort of a weird, things just are weird right now. It feels like anything put down on paper is like invalidated a second later. Um,
What do
but
you,
but my co-writer Thursday Euclid is a
oh,
trans
okay.
man,
Yeah.
and so we wrote a lot of those things together, like his fake prison daddy
Right.
and Immortal Sins and Tongues.
Tongue?
Tongues.
Yes. Tell me about that one.
Tongues is sort of a cosmic Lovecraftian horror that has to do. We originally wanted to call it glossolalia, but that's hard to spell, hard to say, and it's basically speaking in tongues. We both uh he was raised in a Pentecostal, not Pentecostal, evangelical sort of church setting, and I for my own because I wasn't really raised with religion, but I went to vacation Bible schools or whatever. But then in high school, I became evangelical briefly, and one
Right.
of the things you do is speak in tongues.
Yeah.
I mean it was it went okay. It went better than you might think. But it was kind of a nice protective time for me when I was in recovery from an abusive situation. But one of the things that you did, and one of the things that I liked about evangelicalism was that it wasn't like, wasn't you weren't just sitting there mourning your faith. You were up and everyone was singing and dancing, and I thought that was fun. Uh, the And I would get into arguments with the pastor about, who was going to hell and who wasn't, and what a loving God means and what a loving God does. So much that he called me, he said, it was like, you could be a lawyer for
Now,
for sinners. And I was like,
I
that is what we are called to do. I read the book, and this is what we are called to do, actually.
love that. A lawyer for sinners. You should
Yeah.
that book.
Which book? The A Lawyer for
A lawyer for
Sinners?
sinners. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just, I picked up on it fast. I read the Bible, meditated on it, um, and so I would just throw scriptures back at him.
Right.
And and then it was obvious that we were not I was not on a path of righteousness per that particular organization. Um, and so when it didn't serve me, I dropped it. But one of the things that you do in your worship of God and Jesus is you let go to the Holy Spirit and speaking in tongues. When you hear people like blah, 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 saying that sort of thing, that's speaking in tongues. It's glossolalia, and it's supposed to be an expression of the Holy Spirit speaking through you.
Yeah.
Um, the book Tongues, based a little bit on glossolalia, but it's about the sort of perversion of words and perversion of belief and faith into, you know, a dark sort of Cthulian
Nice.
mythos. And so you got like an FBI linguist with a survivor of a cult trying to figure out what happened, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds
So,
like something I would love to read. And can we share, can we like do a book exchange? Like
of
I'll
course.
you hippies and yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's, and it gets it's dark, it's demented, there's a lot of strange things going on, and yeah, I think I really like it. It's probably one of my favorite things that I've written. And then I've written some things that are just pure camp.
Okay.
Like Good as Hell is like just a camp sex magic,
Okay.
um,
Like what you were saying here. Yeah.
demons, you
Nice.
know. You got the demons that they aren't necessarily bad, and you
Right.
know uh and it's just sort of a fun romp with, bringing in elements of mythology. So I also did really like Neil Gaiman, but
I
that's
know.
good. It's complicated now, but
Yes. Yes. We're all like have a, you know, very complex, codependent relationship with Neil Gaiman.
yeah,
Still in denial about Neil Gaiman. Can we talk about him? No, I don't want to. I mean, he's
it,
awful,
it
right?
just makes me mad. Yeah.
Uh, because I feel betrayed. I think,
Hmm.
I mean, he was one of my favorite authors, like American Gods and
Yeah.
Smoke and Mirrors, and just, incredible. And just the style was in Sandman. It was just so, it felt so natural. It felt like these characters, like Billy Martin, like you knew these people.
Right. Right.
And he was so fluid, and I just like admired him so much. And I probably subconsciously, I always beg, and I mean, not beg and beg, borrow, and steal, right? I was
Hmm.
unconsciously plagiarized a ton of his work, as I did, Jeff Thomas. I always tell Jeff that, that I basically like pilfered huge chunks of one of his novels that I keep forgetting the title of. He's a really good guy. He's not part of like the queer thing, the queer magic per se, but I had a couple of stories in Cthulhu, however you pronounce it, Ramsey
Yeah,
Campbell.
it's Cthulhu.
You'll be able to tell us, right? But definitively. But with
He'll rise from the depths and let us know.
Yes,
You've been saying it wrong.
right. No, you're saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong. But the so I had a couple of stories in Cthulhu Sex magazine with alongside, people like Ralph James White. And that was really fun, writing about
Yeah.
tentacle porn basically, just you know what I mean?
Consenticles, as I say.
Tentacles, yes.
Consenticles.
Yes. I love it. I love it. So, but there's a whole you know, whole subgenre of like Japanese, anime and manga
Yeah, the
that's
hentai.
like,
Yeah.
just like they've got this thing about squirrel girl panties and tentacles and like what the actual fuck, you know? That's
I have
really
theories on like why there's so much sea life and tentacles is because they do they're an
yeah,
island, so there's just so much. It was one of the things that I love about watching horror or reading horror
right.
from other countries is like, Japan, so much of their fear is around water because of course they're surrounded by it, and drowning, this is like an ever-present threat. Like I don't think most Americans think about it that much unless they live on the coast.
Uh,
So I kind of wonder if that's where some of the squid stuff, now the schoolgirl stuff,
that is just,
that's just, I think that's maybe universal.
and that may be universal.
A
Yeah.
little bit more universal,
Talk
but
about
yeah.
taboo
Just
territory. Yeah. The yeah, so trying to think. Um, yeah, yeah, I am, you know, I was at one point toying with the idea of writing a book called From Behind, which is basically like just a far more for sluttier and sleazy, from beyond,
hmm.
but with, a metric shit ton more, tentacle porn. Just, just like I need an excuse. One
Right.
of my characters that I created about a decade ago, and you'll love this. Uh, Her name is Candy Fontaine, Slutty Detective. Like these stories are so wrong, so fucking wrong. Like there's a repeated motif. Basically, she just gets bored, and at a certain point gets really irritated with people and like shoots them in the head, and then it shoots their head off, and then like starts to like basically like gulp from their spout and stump, and it's just presented in a very straightforward way, like
Right.
that this is the character. And one of the stories, she's really bored, and she like just auditions at the strip club. And then she's, I forget exactly what happened, but she turns into like a kaiju monster. So it's like, you know, Candy Fontaine, slutty kaiju detective. And the last one that I wrote was, Candy Fontaine, slutty slutty Cenobite detective. The Cenobite. She's basically me, okay? Just like that and then trouble,
Causing trouble.
causing trouble. Lucy Taylor wrote one of my favorite blurbs of all time. She said, I wrote this collection called Wicked Candy, and she said, wicked, like bizarro horror laced with black humor. Wicked Candy is shocking, perverse, and at times funny as hell. Lucy Taylor, right? The undisputed queen of erotic horror. And I was like, oh my God, that is
That's amazing.
skillful. Thank you. It was like, yes, 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 yes. So, who are some of your favorite characters
My favorite
of
characters
yours?
of mine that are just in general.
Yeah,
And I never think of my own characters. I'm always like, what characters do I like that's
right. Yeah,
not mine? I don't know. I have a weird I don't know if I have but my favorite characters in general, like outside, I mean, obviously I really like Hannibal from the Brian Fuller adaptation. I love that whole dynamic of between Hannibal and not Hugh Dancy. I mean, it is his character, but like, I can't think of his name right now. Um, I really I enjoy that sort of idea of a sophisticate sort of serial killer, even though that's, not the way that real life is. Serial killers are generally very blunt, coarse people.
exactly. And
Who,
boring as fuck.
yeah,
They're
super boring.
super boring. Yeah.
Um, I liked particularly with Fuller's adaptation, all these like art things that he would make out of these morbid deaths.
Yeah.
Um,
I was a bit
so
enthusiastic with that one, but yeah. 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 You're right.
it
The
was
morbid.
so over the top, and I thought it was, it was fun, it was interesting, and obviously nothing to do with real life and the way that murderers actually behave.
Yeah.
Um, but I also kind of enjoy like the sort of profiler, even though I don't really believe in profiling necessarily as a science to be able to, but I think you can pick up on patterns. But like Mindhunter, I really
Mhm.
enjoyed. Um,
Yeah. Was that John Douglas that or no?
or
Yeah, Mindhunter?
Mindhunter,
Yeah.
the show,
Oh yeah, Mindhunter.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, um, gosh, like because I'll probably come up with like 20 or 30, and I'll go like, why didn't I say this? Why didn't I say that? Like I love Ripley from Alien. You can always see, you know, scrappy, a little more cerebral, thinking about things. How do you plot your way out of things? There's gonna be like a ton of books that I have read and I just cannot get my head around. I like Pio Pa,
Hmm.
um,
Oh, Paul?
from Imagica
Oh yeah, right.
from
Yeah.
Clive Barker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I really enjoy the fluidity and um the changing morality or the understanding, my co-writer friend Thursday is reading it right now, so I'm re-experiencing it from him reading it. His dad died not long ago, and it's kind of like, kind of when my dad died, I started writing, and his dad dies, and he's having a hard time kind of re-engaging. So, so right now I'm kind of doing these short stories because I initially started out wanting to do horror, and then I got, kind of swept away in doing more romance novels, which is, it's lucrative comparatively.
Right.
But I think horror also has the same sort of um, niche in that, you've got people that are going to read, give me the next horror book. I want to read it. Um, so I really enjoy that. Um, yeah, for my writing, usually like there's just pieces of me and bits of the characters. Um, who do I like?
Mm.
I mean, it requires because I put bits of me in it, it requires me to have a little bit less self-loathing. And I think that's the funny thing with me is that like, if someone questions what I'm doing, I'm like, go mind your own business. But I'm like full of self-loathing too.
Right.
It's like, I'm not, you know, I'm not doing it right, but you don't know either. So,
I can understand that. I mean,
yeah.
initially one is defensive, but it's complicated. I mean, like I never I'm always shocked and surprised when people say nice things about my work. I'm always like, you know,
Yeah.
and it's just recently I still think, you know, I still inhabit this weird kind of, you know, liminal kind of universe where I think, oh, what would be really fucking amazing, but that would never happen is if I were in an anthology with, like Ramsey Campbell or Poppy Z. Bride or Caitlin R. Kiernan and or John Shirley, and I'm like, well, yeah, I published all of them, you know,
Right.
and I was like, well, wait, so does this mean that we're peers? Yeah, it
Yeah.
kind of does. But like that does not even that's crazy because I always think of these other people like Thomas Roche. I always thought, oh, he's super cool, right? But
Yeah.
I actually introduced him to Krista Faust, So
Uh-huh.
and then I got Krista Faust on board with New Line Cinema, right? So I'm like, so I kind of did stuff, but I always it's sort of for me, it's sort of like they belong to the magical world. And I want to keep them in there, but I also
Hmm.
want to be able to because I think the fact of them as people is they're amazing people, but the worlds they create also are so I kind of I think maybe I want to keep the magic intact. So
Yeah.
I don't ever want to think I'm bored as shit by my own work. But if other people say nice things about it, I'm like, thank you, John Palisano. Thank you, John Shirley, for calling me the Baudelaire of our time. You know, I even have that as the auto reply thing when people are like, but there's no content in this message. And I'm like, I can't figure out how to delete that thing. So it's like people can think I'm pretentious. I don't care. You know, it's awesome, right? John Shirley,
Right.
he wrote The Crow, right? So like, okay, so fucking A, man. I mean, this is just a for those who are kind of born, I guess to quote Gaga, right? Born this way. We are
Uh-huh.
we are we are the monsters in Nightbreed. We identify
Hmm.
with Hannibal. We identify with even the truly monstrous characters in Exquisite Corpse. It's like, it's a little bit
Yeah.
hot and funny and
I
hot.
think that was the first time I had really gotten bothered by something I had read
Yeah.
was Exquisite Corpse. I was like, oh, that made me feel terrible. I got to read more.
But to this date, and let me just say that there's no love lost between me and John Skip, but John will go on and on and on about like, about William S. Burroughs like shot his wife in the face and anyway, that's all I will say about that. But he was so like I don't know, he got really bitter and angry about I should well about the whole Poppy thing. And I
Hmm.
guess that's all I will say. But
Hmm.
there's no love lost between us. And if there's this whole part of horror that won't talk to me, and that's fine
Mm.
because I'm so blessed and so full of riches, and the
Hmm.
friends I do have are real friends. So um, it's just an amazing place to, like, it's an amazing playground. What would you like to write that you haven't, or what? So like that's your aspirational work.
Well, there's a plot line, there's a notion that I'm trying to work on, I'm trying to approach, I'm trying to figure out how to write it. And I think that's, but like with Immortal Sins, that's, vampires, and it was after I swore I wasn't going to write it about vampires, and then we did. Which I don't even know why I would make that kind of promise, because like every other weekend I play a vampire in a in the White
Uh,
Wolf Vampire the Masquerade game.
yeah,
So I think it was just, but it's like it's set in Texas and it's set in Houston specifically. Um, and I have this notion, this idea of highways and, sort of cursed highways that, feed
uh,
some kind of beast. Um,
cursed high.
Particularly, I'm thinking of Beltway 8, um, you know, where it's just this big maze that, someone has created, and I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to get in there and how I'm going to approach it and what's the human element of it, because I'm just so in love with the big part of it. The big part of, this network that kind of feeds this thing.
I mean, that's
I mean, like,
extremely Barker-esque. Uh,
yeah.
Um, Also, you're just reminding me, I have this friend, what is it, in Australia, who I met a couple years ago on Twitter before it went, full fucking
Full
Nazi,
Nazi, yeah.
right? Who is a transgender author, and she Sapphire Lazuli, and she
Mhm.
and some of my other friends from that, whatever that space, um, we're always talking about like monster fucking as a kind of a sub genre. Have you like dipped into that at all, or
The first, the Immortal Sins has has a scene with a Minotaur.
okay, so you put that, you just dropped that,
Yeah.
with
There's a
the
scene with a
Minotaur.
Minotaur, as one does.
As one does. I actually wrote a story called The Minotaur Factory, which is extremely Burroughsian and it had this almost like this Rube Goldberg kind of like, like a, like a factory system of like, monstrous worm Ouroboros, Minotaur
Mhm.
human like graftings, and it got messy, but
Yeah, this gets pretty. I mean, already when you're writing about vampires having sex, you already got monsters going there, but they're a little more human, and and then we were writing something with aliens, or like it wasn't alien, it was demons and seed pods,
oh, nice, yeah.
but we didn't finish that. And I think it was getting too gross for my co-writer. So
My
I'll probably have to finish that by myself if we finish it.
my old friend John Palisano actually was an intern with an assistant to Ridley Scott.
Hmm.
So and he's very, and like Alien is one of his favorite films. So he's really
Yeah.
his last his last book, which just came out from Simon and Schuster, is called Requiem. It is very, very alien, very alien.
Very
Even some
cool.
of the Imagine Award too. So shout out to John
Nice.
Politano. Congratulations.
Yeah, I read a lot of sci-fi. I watch a lot of sci-fi. I've only written one sci-fi novel, and it's really more post-apocalyptic anyway.
Wow.
Um,
What's the title of that one?
Strange Times.
Strange Times.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
you
written after the Bush administration, so I
oh
was
my
having a
God.
lot of feelings about all that.
Yeah. You know, Clancy, one of the things that I've been trying to put to like make happen, sort of like, fetch, for years is an imprint called Riot Pink. And
Hmm.
because considering that by just pure whatever, just pure, kind of conspiracy of like a lot of genderqueer, a lot of gay people feel comfortable in Nocturnicorn with Nocturnicorn books. And gee, I wonder
Hmm.
why. Um, that I wanted to do specifically just an imprint called Riot Pink, and
Hmm.
and to have, you know, like just have. I mean, my books are queer as shit, right? Anyway, but just to like even be even more, and this would be like there are like resource guides for, queer folks who are kind of like trying to negotiate the terrain of post-fascist USA. And
Yeah, if we have a post.
if we
Yeah.
have a post, right? Yeah,
That is really where
right. Yes. If we have,
I'm feeling at the moment.
well, I mean, you're in Texas, so that must be like really scary. So what's it like on the ground there? I mean, it's
I don't go outside
you
much.
don't get outside, yeah.
It is I'm in Austin, so
Okay.
if you're like in Austin or Houston, those can be fairly liberal places, although I think Houston's a great setting for horror. I'll
Right?
just say,
Okay.
because like everything there, it's huge, it's really spread out, but it's also like things will kick off out of nowhere. You're just
Wow.
standing around minding your own business, and then you're carjacked. I got carjacked when I was a kid.
So,
Um, so there's just this element of anything can happen at any time. Um, what I really hate right now is that you have anything can happen literally at any time, and a lot of people are carrying guns out in the open. So
perfect recipe.
I I feel like, it feels in some ways like a war zone, and like going to the grocery store might be risky. Um, because things kick off anywhere at
Right.
any time. Um,
Like what
so
example
I,
of things kicking off? Like, what do you mean?
like people start shooting at each other, start yelling. They just, yeah, there's a lot
Okay.
of road rage. There's a lot of people that are angry.
Wow.
And it's like when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you're going to the grocery store packing,
Hacking.
someone might go, "Hey, that's the last dozen eggs."
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Them
shootouts in
student
parking
words.
lots
Yeah.
here, and it's like I
Yeah.
don't I don't want to live like this. Who wants to live like this? They always say, their big thing was like an armed society is a polite society, and it is not. It is the exact opposite. It's a bunch of people flashing their guns and just,
Uh,
you
and,
know.
and you don't have to be like you have a doctorate in Freudian psychology to I mean
Yeah. And you would think that, I think in some ways, like, people are like, "Oh, you don't want to go to the poorer parts of Houston,"
right.
but to
Uh,
me, those are safer because like it's those really wealthy people who are armed and a little,
yes.
in their heads about what the danger actually is, that are
Uh,
really trigger happy. So Yeah. So it's interesting. It's weird. My co-writer is a trans man. He lives in Houston and he is worried all the time, worried about being clocked or not clocked or, you know, going out into public and what bathroom to use, which I think is one of the most insane
Right.
things to me because at this point, like he's got a mustache and beard,
Right.
but he has to go to the ladies' room. And that's alarming.
It is.
I mean, for an ex to an extent, like for me, whoever's in the bathroom, as long as you wash your hands after, I don't really care. I don't spend that much time worrying about it. I mean, it
Right.
is the bathroom is a shocking place, I think. Yeah, again, this is where in our minds, we build a lot of horror and a lot of mystery about those alone times, their pants down, and
Yes, exactly.
we're going to be attacked here. We got to be ready. And so it's one of those trigger places that politicians can kind of, ooh, what if so, and I'm like, listen, I've dealt in the real world, in real life with cisgender het men, and they will follow you into the bathroom and rape you if that's what is in their heads. They're not taking hormones to do this.
You know, I was
This is not a thing that happens.
I was actually about to suggest that for a new, area of body horror where, like things, getting inside you in the toilet. And I realized that I actually wrote that book. It's called Bad Sunset or A Fistful of Eyeballs. And it's like, it's a splatter western. Sorrow. And there's a whole chapter called Erotic Shithouse of the Living Dead because I'm kind of semi-obsessed with Lucio Fulci, right?
Uh-huh.
So this slithering kind of creeping black ooze comes, you know, because there's a, um, there's a break in the space-time continuum and which opens up a vortex. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
one of the, the I mean, it's basically Lucio Fulci, right? So, but one of
Crack in reality.
Kraken reality, and one of the sites is actually an outhouse, which is on a hill, and this guy is sitting down, and pretty soon, there's the creeping black ooze comes up his asshole and then shoots out his head.
Wow.
And yeah, so
That's a whole other level because I'm usually worried about snakes.
right, okay, so
Snakes will do that in Texas,
yes,
but they don't come out your head.
right, yeah,
You just get a bite on your butt.
you know, and where this stuff comes from, because I mean, I guess it's specific body horror and bodily fears and vulnerability.
Yeah.
It's just alien, but also there's this kind of, you know, it's interesting because do you like Patti Smith? I mean, do you like her stuff?
I don't I know the singer,
Yeah.
but I don't know if I've read her stuff like Patty.
Well, she's really obsessed with
Hmm.
people like Jean Genet and
Okay,
Arthur
right.
Rimbaud. And so she made a documentary called Dream of Life. And she's talking about, she went to uh, where Arthur Rimbaud was born, and
Hmm.
Charleville, it's out sort of in the countryside outside of Paris. And she was sitting in the outhouse, where Rimbaud used to, take a shit. And she's kind of having a moment where she's kind of, you know, evoking Rimbaud in a
Hmm.
very, and how he talked about that, the outhouse is almost like as this like a very spiritual experience in a way, sort of proto Jean Genet, and who's
Hmm.
another person that Patty is obsessed with. And anyway, all these things like decadent French literature that inspired me and also inspired people like David J. Haskins, you know. There's a lot
Hmm.
of people who were, and Poppy Bright. I mean, the decadence writers were the first ones to really explore that whole kind of like, you know, transgression and lesbians and dead bodies as erotic objects and damn, that shouldn't be hot, you know,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have those thoughts, but damn, that's interesting. Hmm.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing where it's like, particularly in our culture, where we feel really vulnerable when it comes to sex and sexuality,
Yeah.
you know? And what if this thing does creep in? What is, I think
Uh,
that was like a lot of what was interesting about Hellraiser too, like at least in the
yeah,
movies, was that, you had this sort of mix of this man searching for the ultimate erotic
right.
experience, and that experience, per the Cenobites, is going to be pain and the
Exactly.
sensation of being ripped apart,
Right.
and riding that edge between pleasure and pain. And then there's so much that's fun to explore there.
I've got a like a cute mini me Pinhead Funko Pop thing, but here. Okay, so this is okay, so this is just my life. I'm really eccentric, so you might as well know. So I actually
I had not noticed.
right, okay, so I knew Lemmy Kilmister. And he was a really sweet guy, and I interviewed him like four or five times. He invited me backstage, at Motorhead. The last time I saw him was 2011, right?
Mhm.
And he, well, obviously he and Ozzy wrote Hellraiser for Hellraiser 3. And I swear to whatever um whatever the Dark Lords that he's haunting me because I keep him, on my shelf. Like he keeps hurling himself off my shelf, like in the middle of the night, how this thunk, and it's like, what the fuck, Lemmy? Why
You're
are you
being haunted.
haunting me? You know, I think he's trying to tell me things, but and yeah, so I mean, I think if I'm out there, I admit that, I'm not as others, so that people will leave me alone because I preempted their criticism, right? If you say, yeah, I'm haunted by Lemmy, they'll be like, either, oh, cool, or a person needs to be like have a little examination.
I just think great.
Yeah, right.
That's anything's really possible. You don't, the world is too big and too interesting, and I don't necessarily want to shut it down. Like, I haven't experienced a ghost really,
Uh,
or not really a haunting, but I love ghost stories, and
oh, me
I love a haunted house. I love everything about it. I haven't really experienced it, but I also like to think that maybe I'm just so focused that,
yeah,
like, there's some little ghost just wait, like, hey, hey, hey,
right.
hey, look over here, and I'm
Yeah.
just
So, like ghost stories are so like, do you like M.R. James?
I don't know M.R. James.
Oh, ooh,
Okay,
that's
all right
it. Oh
then.
my gosh, M.R. James. So M.R. James was the master of the ghost story. He wrote the story Casting the Runes, which became the movie Night of the Demon,
Okay.
and also Drag was it Drag Me to Hell, Drag You to Hell? The Sam.
Oh, the Sam Raimi. I saw that. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that
I
was
like that one.
that was M.R. James wrote this,
Okay.
and there's no violence. There's no um. I mean, well, there is somebody's heart gets clawed out of their chest. I think that they're mostly just like I'm sure you're a fan of Ramsey Campbell, as we all are very
Hmm.
much. But it's M.R. James just created the most terrifying, conceptually terrifying stories. They they
Uh-huh.
they just sit in your head, and pretty soon you're just like you're haunted by the story, and you want to read it again, and you're like,
I love that. Yeah.
it's it's so scary. And so, like the first time I read The Shining, I finished the book, and I was like, and then I went back and I read it again because
Hmm.
I wanted to have that experience of that room with the
Yeah.
old lady in the bathtub. And, it was just like, ah, right?
Yeah. It's just yeah. When you're feeling the tingle, the fear, without actually being in because I've been in really scary situations. I don't like that.
No,
But I enjoy the sensations of fear that I don't have to deal with later.
right. Yeah. I once spent the night in the house of like the safe house of like a professional assassin. I mean, I'm not even kidding.
Wow.
This was like because this is actually relates to the whole rainbow thing. So in the era of the rainbow, I spent a lot of time there at, Rainbow Bar and Grill in Hollywood. And
Hmm.
my friend was the PA for Lemmy and Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
Was known as the rock star whisperer. And we were like, and it was also a witch. And so we were at the Rainbow, and then I don't know, one thing led to another, and then she said, "Okay, so we're going to a we're going to an after party or whatever." So we get in somebody else's car, like an SUV or something, and then she's whispering to me, "I think this guy's a hitman." I'm like, "What? What kind of shenanigans are you involving me with? This time, Rockstar." She's like, "Yeah, don't worry, it'll be great." I'm like, "Okay, so it's too late now." So,
Well, if as long as no one's paying them, you're probably okay.
right, exactly. So we get to this. It was so funny because, you don't have any preconception of what a professional assassin is, except from the movies. They're not cool.
No,
They're not cool at all.
they're
The
just
guy
people.
was
They're
just
just
a
people.
regular dude. He was just like this boring regular guy. This was his job. He was a Polish guy. And he used to work for the Polish government. Now he worked for the US government, or I think anybody who would pay him.
Hmm.
It was a safe house, which means that there was no power. It wasn't on the grid. It wasn't even listed. There was like, because it was sort of like on Google Maps, it would be blacked out.
Right.
you know, and I thought, okay, so if anything happens to me, they're never going to find the body.
On the other hand,
On the other hand,
does this guy want to take his work home with him?
well, that was a question just in here, apparently, because he's like, "Oh, you are a very intelligent professor," because Polish, right? You're a very intelligent professor. You might want to do what I do. And I was like, "Are you?" Am I being by by a hitman to do his job? Maybe he wants to retire and pass on you know, the torches passed to a new generation of, like what kind of drugs are we going to need for this one? Um, so that's from Night of the Demons. I don't know. Do you like that movie?
I don't think I've seen that movie, Night of the Demons.
Never seen Night of the Demons?
I don't think so.
What kind of
Um,
like, like
huh?
retro goth, like genderqueer person are you? I mean, like you got to see it. I mean, it's literally got this gorgeous goth chick, dancing to Stigmata Martyr. You must have,
Okay.
and it's free on Tubi.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway,
That's easy enough.
I can't believe I even. Okay, so you need to know
Well,
Stigmata.
like I said, in Texas, sometimes it's got to be pretty mainstream before we really hear about it or see it, because you know, depends on who you know and what they've watched, and
That's true. That's true. I never
there's
thought of it
just
that way. Yeah. So
yeah, the way things can kind of trickle down or not trickle down.
they
That,
were
you know.
they were in the studio and they were playing the Lord's Prayer backwards, Nomen it's spiritus sancti down there. And then suddenly the the whatever the recording, the reel to reel, because that was back in the day, right? It started
Uh-huh.
like it was possessed by demons. I mean, literally happened. And David wrote about this in his book, Who Killed Mr. Moonlight? And they had
Uh-huh.
to flee the studio
Wow.
because they were playing around with black magic and they knew what they were doing, but they were smart enough to know that if you play the Lord's Prayer backwards in Latin, it's going to conjure up some spooky shit. They weren't smart enough to know that you probably shouldn't do that, or at least have some
Yeah.
kind of, you know,
Do it in a Faraday cage or something.
put it in a Faraday cage. Exactly. Well, yeah. So, note to self, email David Haskins.
Faraday cage.
With you and
Me just trying to, how do I
could
get
it
rid of
could it
it?
could have done in that situation. I can't believe I'm in a position to actually like be in correspondence with David J. Haskins. So, but it is what it is, right? So we are
Hmm.
at the safe house and there's no power. And he's like, yes, well, here is some, he had this like weak ass crank. I mean, it was just like third or fourth or fifth generation, but it's free,
Hmm.
as old Billy Martin, now not no new Billy Martin, but old Billy Martin would say, oh, if somebody offered me a line of meth at a party, I wouldn't turn it down. You know, it was free drugs,
Right.
and it was a novel experience, and being an author, and of course, write what you know. So this is a prime opportunity to write what nobody else has experienced that am aware of. And he had this one of these fold down like ironing boards, and every once in a while he would invite us into another room where he had like an like a crack pipe, and it was a hot crack pipe, and it was hard to. And I was like, why are we using a hot crack pipe? And I says, well, it's snortable, right? And so you do that too. So I was like, okay. And then he's like,
Instead of burning our hands.
instead of burning your hands, and he's like, okay, so this is police 357. You ever used one of these? I'm like, I've never handled a gun in my life. This is the first time I've ever seen a gun in real life. And he's like, oh, try it. It's very smooth action. I'm like, wow. Are you trying to get my fingerprints on this so you can, you know, 'cause
It is possible.
it's
Jeez.
possible, right? Yeah. So he's like, he shows it to me. He says, and he puts his finger over my trigger fingers. It's like, feel the action. It's so smooth. It's so smooth. And I was like, this is fucking surreal. So I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's so smooth. It was like, this is precise engineering. I mean, it's meant to like get
Yeah.
somebody, but it's also meant to be sort of tender and smooth in a way, It's wow.
It's why people fall in love with them.
Right, exactly. I was
I
just
mean, there's the big difference between growing up elsewhere and growing up in Texas, because
right.
my first experience shooting a gun, I was like 9.
Wow. Shit.
So, you know,
Yeah. And that
so
was that was
shot handguns, rifles, but I don't like them. I've had them pointed at me too much to like
sorry.
want one in my house. I don't think I could shoot someone, so that's why I was like,
Yeah.
you know, they'll just take it from me at that point.
Right. Yeah. And he was like, okay, so you're a very intelligent professor. He kept because I was a professor, an English professor. He said, you're a very intelligent professor, but usually I just have porn stars. And I was like, dude. And he said, never call me dude. I thought, okay, that's it. That was like You know, we have these Vato guys, who were stationed outside these whatever these doors, and I don't
Hmm.
even know like, whether people were sleeping or there were corpses in there or whatever. It's like, "Oh,"
Yikes.
and so like these, yeah, I mean they're probably like MS-13 or something, and
Uh-huh.
but it was also ordinary and boring. And he was
Right.
ordinary and boring. He was just like this guy who had a job, which happened to be killing people,
Yeah.
right? And that was
It's
it.
and it doesn't take a certain level of sophistication to pull a trigger, really. It's
Exactly.
getting away with it, I think, is more of the art.
Okay,
Um
so that's you just your voice took on a professional hue. Now, getting away with it, on the other hand,
that's
uh,
trickier.
uh,
The shooting part,
uh,
that's just a twitch of the finger, but the
right, yeah,
getting to the right place, you know, understanding, especially it's especially difficult now. But I mean, this is like where I start writing when I'm writing sort of the techno thrillers, it's a lot of hacking and things like that because that's kind of where I grew up with stuff is, understanding how to get by those kinds of things. But taking life for me, like, I think there's, I think those are usually that's a very different kind of mindset,
yeah,
and it's usually a bit more cut off, a bit less, because you just kind of got to do it, and you got to not think about it too much.
yes. I mean, I don't know, but yeah,
Yeah.
I guess you just kind of got to do it if you have to do it. I can't imagine. I'm just like the world's softest and cuddliest person. You would never know it if you read my stuff.
Right, right.
But I'm just so like like if I see like a caterpillar is on,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I'll be like, I take the caterpillar and I'm like, oh, little friend. I put
Yes, spiders are gently escorted out of the house
thank you.
here.
Exactly. It's ridiculous. And I just like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bruise your tender skin, little one. Right.
But on the other hand, like I had a stalker who pushed into my home. I got like kind of home invaded.
Good.
And I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife and I was like gonna
Good for
use
you.
it if
Yeah.
like, so I know there's a capability of that
Yeah.
under extreme duress, under extreme pressure, but I don't think I could make that my job.
I think one
Mm.
of the things that we do, like one of the services that we provide as dark fiction authors, is we allow people to have to work through and think through scenarios where
Hmm.
it really come in handy. And, if you have to like take the law into your own hands, you definitely, so that's why I feel that a great sense of responsibility to give people like psychologically realistic scenarios and it's like good facts. I mean, to be like
Yeah,
accurate, right?
right,
Because it could save your life.
right. But also, this just and I think there's something really interesting in I will say at least my brain, but I think it's true of everyone's brain is like I don't know if fight or flight is going to happen.
Right.
I don't know if I'm just going to run or
Yes.
if I'm going to try to fight. So I
Yeah.
try to avoid situations where you have to make that
You
choice
have to make
because
yes.
because because my friends will invite me to go to haunted houses and stuff, and I'm just like, dude, I don't even know how I'll react if you jump out at me. I
Right.
may run and scream or have fun, and I may just hit somebody. I
Right.
don't, I don't know. It's so, I think the horror can provide, sort of a safe space to explore those sort of things. And, that's I talk about a lot of times I'm exploring sort of my own psyche and my own, because I've been in situations where I've frozen up completely
Uh,
and didn't defend myself, and then situations where like, all right, here's a knife. What are you gonna do? And then he leaves like, oh, you psycho bitch. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. I'm the psycho.
yeah, I'm so sorry. That's so awful that you had to go through that. I'm really
Uh, that's life in Houston.
wow.
We'll say that's you meet somebody who seems very nice, and then
I mean, I had somebody that I knew. Um, well, actually, we worked on. I did a magazine called Juggernaut, the magazine of string music, and we had Terry B. Murphy, who was, originally started out. She was dating Eazy-E from NWA, right? And she was like the
Mhm.
first white girl rapper, and then she started a metal band in the 90s called, initially it was first called Manhole, which is hilarious, and then
I think I've heard of Manhole.
Satana,
Okay.
and then My Ruin. And she was so the first person I had on the cover of Juggernaut was Karen Crisis from Crisis and Gospel of the Witches, right?
Hmm.
And so I didn't know this, but Terry saw that magazine, bought it, had it on her wall. And when I met Terry, she was like, "Holy shit, you're Alexis Johnson." It's like, "Yeah." And it's like, "Yeah, you did. You're interviewing me for Juggernaut." And I was like, "Yeah, man." And she's like, "Oh, it's because I got your magazine on my wall.
That's so cool.
Isn't that great?" And then so we were working with you remember Blue Blood?
Yes.
Yes. So Forrest and Amelia, right, from Blue Blood.
Uh-huh.
I actually have a story in this one that was like my review of Vampires, right? Jose
Uh-huh.
Lorel film, right? Also known as whatever, um, The Lost Girls or something like that. And
Hmm.
so Terry, I mean, not yet. So, Karen Crisis had these sort of wings because she's also an artist and a healer and a Reiki person and whatever else, and an author and a witch. She had these wings that she made, and these little wings. And Terry wanted to do a kind of a homage to Karen. So so I don't know if she made them or whatever. So
Hmm.
she and Forrest Black and Amelia G from Blue Blood, you know, did the shoot, which is sort of like my concept, right? And
Hmm.
and then is really happy with that. And so what's my point here? Well, that Terry, I was really surprised and honored that Terry Murphy was really liked what I did. And
Hmm.
I was backstage at Switchblade Symphony, and I was talking to I was so I went backstage because I wanted to talk to Tina Root, and she was because I'd interviewed her at length for Implosion, and she was really mean. She was like
Huh.
nasty, and I was like, and she said, "Well, that article is really long," and I was like, "Well, usually artists like if you write, a lot of stuff about them." It was like
Right.
really long, and so I was like, "Damn!" So I was trying to figure out a way to like politely extricate myself from this. It was like it's kind of a like a goth valley girl or something. Like, oh my God, that was so long and whatever. And it's like I was
Yeah, there's definitely a few like that.
right. And I was so feeling so depressed now. I was like, oh my gosh. So, because we'd really gotten along when I talked to her for the interview, and all of a sudden, Tina Root is just, I thought, am I just so uncool? Am I just some asshole? you know. And so, and I hear this, Alex, and I was like, you know, come over here. And I was like, and I turn around, it's Terry B. Murphy, right?
Uh-huh.
Give me some squeezins. I'm like, holy shit. Right. My mood was
Nice. Yeah.
right up there. And I was like, Terry B. Murphy, I'm so fucking glad to see you, man. Because Tina Root is a bit of an asshole. But yeah, don't worry about it. And then she and talk about some genderqueer shit. So she and Jessica from Jack Off Jill were
Hmm.
they were practically like making out on stage. And they're practically fucking on stage. It was just hot, because Jessica is hot and
Hmm.
Terry, and then there was sparks flying. I was like sitting here going, feeling like, Beavis and Butthead, right? I was like hot goth chicks are making out on stage. And one of them is like my friend Terry B. Murphy. Oh,
Like, should
God,
I watch? Should I not?
should I not watch? Yeah. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. I'm so fortunate. So like I'm like old as shit now. So it's like in my older age, I have all these memories. So, it's like, yeah, there was a time I literally interviewed Caroline Munro in London
Mm.
like at this tea shop on Baker Street.
Hmm.
And she was so nice. I mean, it was just like, oh my fucking God, Caroline Munro, right? And then- oh, you know, because we were introduced by my friend Jason J. Slater, who was the editor of Diabolique magazine. And I was visiting him, and he calls me up at my hotel. He says, "Would you like to meet Caroline Munro for tea?" And I was like, "Do I what?"
Oh yeah.
Hells yeah. Hells yeah. So I show up. She's pushing a pram. And I was like, oh, Caroline Munro, screen goddess, star of
Mm.
The Spy Who Loved Me, opposite, Roger Moore and Barbara Bach, who was married to Ringo Starr at the time. And
Huh?
I'm like, okay, she's pushing a pram. I'm thinking, is this a Monty Python reference? I don't know. My mind was completely blown. And she's like, "Oh, are we going to have some tea now?" And I was like, "Oh yes." Um, I'm trying not to sound like, how you like like subconsciously almost like imitate people when you're
I do the, yeah, mirroring.
right. It's like I'm trying not to sound British, and she's very, very has a very, very posh accent. It was very, but she's not a stuck-up bitch. I mean, you would think, but she's not. And so he's like, "Oh, we having some tea now?" And I said, "Yes, we're having some tea now." I'm thinking, okay, so I'm having, you know, 13-year-old me. I'm having like tea with Caroline Munro. It's just us.
Right.
Let's jump
Cool.
in. It's just me, and it's an exclusive interview, right, with Caroline. And so I'm like asking questions, trying to be all calm and say, what was it like acting opposite Christopher Lee in Dracula AD 1972? And she said,
Hmm.
well, it's sort of like play acting when you're children. And I was like, that's what a charming thing to say. What a
Yeah.
very nice thing to say. And then she took me back to her flat, and but um no, but it was very, because she had her nieces and nephews over, that hence the pram.
Hmm.
And she said, would you like to come by my flat? And I was like, what's going on? Girlfriend is Caroline Munro, motherfucker. So yeah, carpe diem, man. You
Let's
know,
do it.
let's do it. Let's let's get
Let's do it.
yeah, yeah, those chicks,
Let's.
you know, those those chicks are DTF, yeah. Yeah. So right. and so and she says, and she's got the TV on, and she says, have you seen the Teletubbies? I was like, what? It's like, oh, the Teletubbies. It's like, well, we hadn't gotten them yet. And I started watching them for a few minutes. I said, Caroline, this is sort of like some like fucking, you know, like acid nightmare. That I was like, it's never going to work here in the States. And she said, oh no, they're nice. They're nice, very positive. And so I was like, okay, so, and then she gave me all this press stuff. She gave me a vinyl album of some record that she made when she was like 12. She gave me,
Huh.
she signed a copy of, I mean, she signed this glossy of her, with Christopher Lee and
Wow.
all this stuff. And she says, and she walks me out and she gives me a little peck in the cheek. I was like, did Caroline Monroe screen got it? Just, you know, Hammer Films star, just give me
It's
a little peck in the cheek. So
amazing.
there's some like truly see, some of the horror people are just complete narcissistic.
Sure. Yeah.
But it's surprising who's nice.
Hmm.
I will tell you, Caitlin R. Kiernan is one of the nicest people you will ever encounter in your life. And it's old school Southern Southern manners. Very, very, I think what makes her a little formidable for people is she's very formal.
Mm.
She's also like extremely smart, right? And she's a scientist and she's not she doesn't like to deal with stupid people. And so I think it's kind of a breath of fresh air if you can match her and talk about things that aren't just, if you're respectful.
Right. Right.
So, but there's a lot of, you know, just people in like splatterpunk especially who are just like actually just kind of like just one step away from literally being serial killers. And it's just hard on the nerves when you get a pack of 100 pack of razor blades in the mail, as I did from this horror author named Chris Pelton, formerly of Psychotoxin Press, with which
Wow.
little little card that says, "Hey George, it's not down the street. It's not um it's across the street, not down the block."
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah.
Signed um whoever's the
The
angel
fuck?
the angel. I hope it wasn't Clancy because that's the angel in It's a Wonderful Life, because my
Oh,
email is George Bailey.
okay.
So it may have been Clancy. I'm sorry. I know that's your name.
Hmm.
But yeah, so it was like
This is-
it was an invitation to basically slit my wrists. And he thought that was amusing. And I was like, why would you do something like that? Why in the world, why would you send somebody razor blades? Turned out it was a charming habit he has. He sent lots of people razor blades because he thinks that it's kind of cool to take people who might be vulnerable, because I have a severe neurodegenerative disorder, which he also made fun of. And so
what the fuck?
right? And so apparently this is something that he liked to do. And I had to call up the FBI like 4 times, about this situation. So
Jeez, I'm sorry.
thanks. Yeah,
That's absolutely insane.
it is really. So there is people, and then there's the guy who's the New York cannibal cop, that guy
Uh-huh.
who was nominated for a Splatterpunk Award. You know what I'm talking about, right? His I forget his name, but he wrote um
The actual cop
the
the actual cannibal cop
cannibal
or
cop.
someone who
Yeah.
wrote about it.
No, it was the actual cannibal cop. He became a horror author, and then he is really not was
I
really
guess.
literally nominated for a Splatterpunk Award, and his subject matter is you'll never guess in a million years um cannibalizing women.
Mm,
So yeah, so he kind of that's his métier, and I guess his,
that's his thing.
so I mean, I guess
Yeah, I sometimes think about like, could I write, something splatterpunk, but I think it would get old very quickly for me.
okay, so yeah,
Like,
so well, I mean, I like some like I guess Edward Lee is considered splatterpunk, but he to me, he's just very funny.
hmm
And the late Jack Ketchum, I thought was
I
incredible.
keep seeing calls for like a sort of Santa Claus rampage splatterpunk thing, and I keep thinking that sounds like it could be fun, but I can't figure out an angle on it that would be interesting.
well,
It's like
Chuck Palahniuk,
Santa's Revenge, but there's been like a lot of movies about it lately, so I feel like it's kind of like yeah, okay.
right? It's been Christmas horror. I mean, we put out. I'll just show you something that we did with Fear Magazine um, a few years ago. It's called. Um, this was one of my favorite things that we published. It's called 12 Fear presents 12 Dark Days, One Hell of a Christmas, right? And it had stories from, among other people, like Tim Dry, who like had two, um, and like Teresa Derwin, Raven Dane. It was a forward by John Gilbert, who actually founded Fear magazine, and it's
Hmm.
a story by me. But Tim Dry is a really interesting guy because he is not only a writer, but he's also an actor, and he played two parts in Return of the Jedi of all movies. And
Okay.
like he plays two of Jabba the Hutt's henchmen, and he was
Uh-huh.
also trained in mime by Lindsay Kemp, who trained David Bowie and Kate Bush. So
Okay.
right. So yeah, so we've done Christmas horror, or I would say, maybe do another one. But I was thinking maybe we'll do another one. It just depends. So
hmm
um David Bowie, and I want to officially invite you to contribute to David Bowie
Okay.
too. Um and so it's open to any kind of um you know, taking a song is usually how people go about it. Taking whatever, like Caitlin or Kiernan had a story, I believe, that they originally published in Cyrenia magazine, their newsletter, but which was she took this story that she'd originally written and then kind of sliced it up into sections and put it into her hat, and then took those pieces out of a hat and then randomly pasted it on fresh sheets of paper and got a completely cut up, random story out of it,
Huh.
which is incredibly, I mean, it's Kate,
That's really cool.
right?
It's really, yeah, sometimes like if I get stuck, I'll like try drawing a a tarot card or just,
Yeah,
I'm always up to try new techniques, new things to kind of guide, but
yeah.
cutting up your story and putting it in a different, it's really neat.
It is really neat.
Yeah.
It is kind of, and then another one we're doing because I've done so much, not to brag, but it's really I've done so much that I feel now I'm just doing what I wanted to do all along, which is basically like
Mhm.
tribute anthologies to my favorite bands. Like I'm doing one for the Beatles, and I'm doing one for Blue Oyster Cult because we have, John Shirley, he is a songwriter for them, and he said some really nice things about me over the years. And also, it's just the Blue Oyster Cult universe to me is just so put so much potential for, because there's
Mhm.
like recurrent characters in the the what do you call it, discography or whatever of Blue Oyster Cult, like Susie, like in the Marshall Plan, right? With Susie is the one that is the guy's date, but then she goes off in the band's limousine, right? And he becomes this. He sings, well, I'm just going to get a big guitar and a good amp, and I'm going to, next time it's not going to be, the band that takes my girl away, and so he becomes this famous rock star, right? And then so he's he's all pumped up for the show. He plays the show, and then he looks around, and Susie has gone off with some other guy, with some other band, right? So he never. So Susie is just one of the cast of characters in Blue Oyster Cult songs, and they have
Mm-hmm.
such interesting lyrics because they're so there's little stories, right? They're like dominance and submission. These characters like Charles the Grinning Boy. What's
Mm-hmm.
going on with that? And who's Charles the Grinning
Who
Boy?
is he? Right.
And so I really wanted to do a whole book about that. So
Pretty
if
cool.
any of that appeals to you, I know you're
I
going
do
to
like Beatles.
yes. And the beautiful downgrade is another one I think I told you about, right?
Yeah.
The beautiful downgrade and is gorgeous because it has everybody. It has original work by Daniela Santagiuliana of Testing Vault. It's got Jurabo, it's got Tara Van Flower, it's got fucking everybody. So Um, and I requested, see, Caitlin had originally sent me a couple of stories for use whenever. And so I decided one of them was called A Season of Broken Dolls, which is it's a kind of a Kathy Koja-esque story
Uh-huh.
about like this society that is sort of devoted to basically extreme body modification. And it's very, very reminiscent of Skin,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
but it's Caitlin, so it's
Right. It's
it's
its own, yeah,
going right.
taking. That's
And
cool.
so I always ask permission, like, even if that, I never want to make any kind of assumptions, right? So it's like
Right.
I just wrote to Caitlin the other day. It's like, could I use that one for this? And so it's just pure magic. And I'll show you the cover of it because
Okay.
I did a Google search for like, goth women and whatever, and gorgeous, you know, gorgeous girl doing the horns, whatever. And it's just, I don't know. I'm trying to do the books that we all want to read, but
Right.
that's impossible. That nobody could put out a book that's fucking cool. That it's that fucking cool. I want to show people that it is possible.
Yeah. Well, I was also, thinking earlier with Ito talking about like, you know, if this book isn't reaching me, it's the writer's fault. But I also like, to me, the corollary to that is like, not every book is for me.
Right.
So I just may not be into it because this isn't my thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't read a lot of high fantasy,
Right.
and it's not because those writers are bad.
Right. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's not my thing,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, exactly.
So I can't really fault anyone for it. Sometimes it's just, you know, my sensibilities, I like this and,
Yeah.
you know, and I think that's great because otherwise you would only need one book ever.
That's such a cool concept.
Yeah,
So,
we've
so
all we've all got our own things and we're all looking for different things and, and I think that's the fun of being a reader and a writer is, being a writer who writes something that someone's like, "Damn, this is my thing." And, maybe even as a writer who reads is like, "Damn, this is my thing."
the,
And that's kind of
the only the only like the only downside. Oh, my partner Elias Celeste Williams and I were just on the Majori on Bowie show, which
Uh-huh.
really, really major show. It's done by this guy who is um, he's a, was it not city councilman, but he's a state commissioner, New York State Commissioner, and he used to work for Governor Cuomo. So he does this little David Bowie show on the side, and he's had people also as well, like Hannah Burchard and Tony Zannett that we have on board. Oh, speaking of which, and this is totally blows my mind, but is absolutely true. Okay,
Mhm.
my cousin is Bibby Hansen, right?
Okay.
It means I'm related to Bibby and Beck.
Okay, cool.
Okay, right? Okay, so you couldn't make that up. And I was like, when Bibby told me that, I was like, oh, okay. Yes,
Neat.
I am absolutely going to go with that. I mean, I think she just said it because it's fabulous,
It is.
and it's very Andy Warhol to say that, you know,
Right.
that we can be cousins. Why not? Because, we're both originally from, I mean, our family roots go back to Norway. So, and my name is originally Hansen. So we could be cousins. And I look a lot like her. Anyways,
Uh-huh.
it's possible. It is possible. So that is improbable, but it is very much. And so by you had no idea what you were in for. You saw that call for submissions.
No, I was like, oh God, I love Clive Barker and
Yeah. I mean, it's a whole
yeah.
family. It's a whole extended family. And
Yeah.
we hate to use the word grooming, but you were inducted into our family, and which includes some of your favorites. Some
Yeah.
of my favorites. Some of the nicest people that you will ever meet in your life. And we're also doing an anthology series called A Collective Paw,
Uh-huh.
um,
For
created
animals.
for animals, right? And I'm sure you've seen that. It was the concept was from my one of my best friends, the poet and actress and songwriter Ellen Mabey, whose fans include Henry Rollins, right? And
Uh-huh.
she wrote this poem called Whiff of Wonder, which is contained the line A Collective Paw, which I turned into an imprint name. And then
Hmm.
our friend Nicole H. Six, who is the daughter of Nikki Six.
Okay.
Again, improbable, but is also and filmmaker and poet. And
Sometimes it's a small world.
it is a small world, right? And then so she messaged me and she says like, so Alex, how can I submit to a collective paw? And I was like, well, it's not an anthology, so to as such. And I said, it could be. What did you have in mind? And she said, well, I work with animals. She's very, very um, strong on animal rights and working with stray cats, because she was.
Yeah, I used to do I would socialize feral kittens.
Yeah,
And go and I haven't done it since COVID,
yeah.
because there's just been a lot of complications about, who can go where even still. But yeah, I would socialize feral cats, and I used to help do TNR, which is trap, neuter,
Oh no.
uh and then you let them out. So there's like a cat colony sort of around the corner from me, that someone else is managing right now. But yeah, and the story that I put in, the other stories for the podcast is
Yeah.
actually about about grief over losing my cat,
So
over
sorry.
losing one of my cats, and it's and then ends up summoning something else,
So is
as one does.
that
But it
available? Is that available?
is
I mean,
is it what?
is that reprintable?
I think so. I'd have to double check,
Okay.
but I'm pretty sure it is. It's called Mother Soul Alone. I can probably send you the link. I'm pretty sure that they were like maybe 6 months
Okay.
on that they just want but like I don't know that they're gonna print it.
What do you mean?
I
What do you
think
mean? Like they haven't printed it yet, or?
they made a radio sort of
Oh,
play of
oh,
it,
okay. So
but
because
I don't know that they're ever gonna make it a book. They're never, I don't know if they're gonna.
okay, so I would love to use that. So
Okay.
for the first volume. So if you send that to me and just ask them if you have the rights to that, and then I'll just add it to the manuscript.
Okay. Yeah, I can send you the recording if you want to hear it.
That, yeah, I'm sure. I mean,
It's on Spotify.
you have a text of it.
Yeah, I have it in written format too.
Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. Send me the link and then send me the text, and I'll send
Okay.
it to Adrian Baldwin, our guy, who's have you ever heard of Phantasmagoria magazine?
Yes.
Yeah, so he does all their stuff.
Okay.
And so he's our regular guy that he does all of the covers. And we've worked with him since Floppy Shoes Apocalypse 2, which had Ramsey Campbell in it. And he does like yeah, so he's incredibly brilliant. And he's also an author and he wrote books like Barnacle Brat. So
Mm-hmm.
really talented guy. So yeah, I would love to have that. So we could
Okay.
just, the word grooming has, pejorative overtones,
Right, right. But I'm not like 12, so
right? Yeah, exactly. So yes.
so it's okay.
Also, I gotta say that the makeup and the hair are next level. Like you got
Oh,
it going on.
thank you.
It's just wonderful.
Do you know how old I am?
Um,
Do you have a
okay,
guess?
so okay, so I'm gonna just divine. Um, Now I won't be hurting your feelings either way, right?
No, I don't care.
So, so I'm guessing that you're probably older than you appear.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
say
have been called a vampire.
45. You're 45. You're older. Wow, you're 50.
52.
52. Oh, youngin. Okay.
Well,
You're not 52.
I am 52.
So you are seriously like uncanny.
This is why they ever people keep yelling vampire at me.
Yes,
And I'm
that
like,
is
yeah, a little bit. Like every other weekend, I play a game where I'm a vampire.
yeah. The vampire thing, I think my friend Kevin Andrew Murphy wrote for them. They also did like Magic the Gathering, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, Kevin Andrew Murphy also writes for I've just known these people for ages. Like so he also wrote for like he writes for George R. R. Martin.
Okay.
Um and he also wrote for Roger Zelazny. So he's gotten to work with some incredible some of the some of the names, And of course I was like, how do we get George Martin to, be
Right.
part of our universe? Because I'm always trying, we're kind of like the blob. Like as soon as I hear about like, as soon as I think of a name that is impossible to get, I think I'll write to that person. And 9 times out of 10, they become one of our authors. It's just sort of, I don't know what it is. I guess because
Just being nice. Like
it's just,
just
it's,
yeah,
you
just
can
kindness. It's like hard lately.
basic, okay, so can we talk? And can we talk? You know,
Fuck.
like a little,
Just kindness.
just kind. So what it is it about, Clancy, what is it about modern society that is, we're just a couple of oldsters talking about the way things are now, that where people just, are they not socialized correctly, or are they, what is it, this basic lack of basic decency and just a little kindness, you know?
I don't know. I mean, it's I haven't noticed it more or less since forever, you know. There's just people that like they don't get it. They don't want to get it. They see everything as some sort of zero sum interaction
Thank you.
versus like, hey, let's hang out, let's be friends, let's see what we have in common, let's see what's fun. And I
Exactly.
like to surround myself with people who want to see what's fun.
Well, that is so, I mean, the zero sum interaction, I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, I had a friend I went to graduate school with, and this black lady, it wasn't anything to do with her race, because she'd also went to Mount Holyoke.
Uh-huh.
But um, she would always say that she was a narcissist. And I was like, I think, well, she's just being unkind to herself, right? She said, no, I'm a narcissist. But she would come over and visit me. And then it was invariably at some point in the evening, she would turn on me and start like just like shouting at me and shit, and then sort of demanding that she have the final word on just saying things about me and to me that were really kind of depressing and horrible. And then I said, what, you cannot just, you know,
I don't
have,
think that's narcissism.
but
That's just mean.
just meaning, right? So I've had friends who are just like awful people, but I didn't know that they were awful because I had such a bad sense of self-esteem, you know. At the same time,
Hmm.
I recognize that, I'm probably, it's taken a long time to recognize, for instance, that I'm not a complete and utter asshole or a failure, but I've been had a good professional and personal relationships with some amazing writers and artists and musicians. And that's just, and that it's actually the mainstream of my life is really cool
Yeah.
associations. And there's nothing, and there's no reason to be in any friendships that feel like you're being, you're like, Burroughs had this great um quote about like, some people you feel like you've lost a quart of blood in their presence, and
Yeah.
best avoid that person in future. Right.
It's true though. Like there's just some people that I guess sometimes they'll sort of jokingly call it psychic vampires, you know.
Psychic vampires.
People just, you're around them and you just feel drained at the end of it. Now
Yeah.
I'm kind of an introvert, so I get, I just get drained in general because, you know, I'm an introvert. That's just, and a little neurospicy. Um,
Yeah. So I mean, so am
so
I.
I'll get tired and but that's different. You can, just say, "Hey, listen, I'm tired."
Exactly.
and not be mean to anybody.
Exactly. And I know like people like I've just sort of been kind of learned a lot about things like, there's a lot of overlap between being queer, whatever that means, and being neurodivergent. And I've really learned from people
Hmm.
like Lyric Rivera, He's a very, very nice person and and you got a little bit of Lyric Rivera going on with your hairstyle. So I've always liked Lyric so much. And they actually endorsed my Substack, which is
Nice.
a beautiful thing, right? So, and we had them on the show as well. And so this whole thing about, like, I guess they call it having spoons, right?
Hmm.
I don't have enough
Spoon
spoons.
theory.
Spoon
Yeah.
theory. I'm like, yeah, because I'm actually extremely introverted and very shy. And for years of my life, people would just say, "Oh, you're not going to be able to get anything out of Alex. He's so like he." But other people who actually knew me would say, "Well, I'm a very straightforward person." But the people who were, who it's just I found that I'm actually not shy because I can spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours like on Zoom with just babbling away with people like Ellen Maybe.
Hmm.
We've literally spent like 9.5 hours on Zoom together.
Wow.
All the other guests leave, and we're like, so, because she kind of sounds a little bit like Kermit, and right, she's like, so, and we'll talk on and on. And I mean, she was literally published by Henry Rollins. Okay. She's published by Rollins. She's edited by Exene,
Hmm.
right? And the cover photography for her book, The Cowardice of Amnesia, was done by I'll show it to you. And making sure that, you know,
Not gonna have another avalanche.
Clive Barker doesn't fall on me. I mean, for some people that
Clive Barker writes, he writes the big books. You don't want him to fall on you.
you know so this is my beautiful amazing friend Ellen Maybe,
Cool.
and this is 21361 because that's when Henry Rollins was born. Henry Rollins. And right.
Oh,
And
I didn't know he was like, I didn't realize he was an Aquarius.
yeah,
My
right.
birthday's the 15th, so that's the only reason I know
Oh,
this. I don't know that many exactly the ranges of, zodiac,
oh,
but I
okay.
know my own. So,
Yes. Wow. I'm a Scorpio. I was born on Halloween Day. And I was yeah, okay, so the cover art and photography was done by Viggo Mortensen,
oh, cool.
as in Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
So this is just one of my favorite people. And so I was asking her the last time we had the show together, I said, so Ellen, like, who do you like to read as far as poetry? And she said, well, I like reading you. And I was like, really? Because yeah, I really like your work, and so I was like, but I'm thinking, well, she's collaborated with Jackson Brown, and she's read with Exene, and she was in this movie called Dancing with the Blue Iguana, where she read her own poetry opposite Sandra Oh, right,
Wow.
in a movie that also included like Daryl Hannah and Jennifer Tilly, right?
Hmm.
And it's a really amazing movie. But I was just like shocked. It's like, really? Because I will these moments where I'm sitting there and I'm just sort of it's not, you know, that's not likely because you're never that person. You know what I mean? It's like you are never that person who is in the position where you are one-on-one with somebody of that prestigious,
Uh-huh.
genuine, intimate moment. And then I was realized, well, well, the reason that I never had any friends and I never felt comfortable with myself and I was never so shy because just was not around the right people.
Hmm.
So y'all are my people. I can tell that you are one of my people, Clancy.
Yeah.
I just know that, I just know
Yeah.
that.
Definitely one of my people, for sure.
Right.
We have tribes, and that's the fun thing as a queer person. You do choose your family.
You do because frequently the family, the biological family often, especially in places like Texas and certainly in the Bible Belt, your family will try to talk you out of it. And if
Yeah.
necessary, they might use coercion or worse, they might try to really harm you in some way.
Right.
This is very
Now
so
my family's dead, so
well. I just,
But we were also originally from up north, so they weren't really ever like those kind of Southern families.
uh,
So,
although those are
but you know,
incredibly interesting, one of the things that I always attracted me to Poppy's work is that the kind of the Southern Gothic, and the like the whole kind of haunted, you know, the whole haunted, drawing blood or
yeah.
Lost
Or
Soul.
like Tennessee Williams. I love
I was
some of the
about to say,
Tennessee Williams
right,
kind of Southern,
Southern,
yeah, this looming dread of
the,
just of the oppression of the heat, the humidity,
yeah,
and then just the intensity of just existing in this climate to start with. And
right,
then you've got all the religion,
right,
you've got racial politics,
yeah,
and then the gender politics, and then the sex politics. And yeah, it's yeah, this good big reason for Southern Gothic. We actually wrote a story we've been trying to find a home for, but it's a novel. It's like 90,000 words.
well,
That's kind of a Southern Gothic.
well, I'm a publisher, so, but
Might want to look at
I'm
it.
gonna think about that for next year.
Might could look at it, but it is yeah, it's set in Houston again, and you know, it's got some hurricane level storm and kitchen magic,
Nice.
two queer men, scions from big families. You know, there's a lot of exploitation of land that of course happens in Houston
Uh,
because of the, you know, oil and all of that. And so it kind of ties back into the history of Houston and of Texas
nice.
and
Interesting.
of driving indigenous people off the land and the
Oh,
deal that was made by some entity under the land um, to
that
provide these benefits.
there was a nonfiction book that was made into a Martin Scorsese film, pretty recently, about
Mhm.
that kind of
I
exactly.
haven't watched it yet, but
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah, yeah. This is probably like yeah, it's a very much a fiction book. This is very, very fictional. Um, but yeah, I mean, just but drawing that, but like this entity that, you know, is a little bit more cosmic horror that they're making some sort of deal with,
Yeah,
and and the way that it's manifesting um as the climate changes, as the people that are part of these long lines of family
mhm,
don't want to do it, you
right.
know, and
Well,
houses that eat people, you know.
okay, so have you ever, speaking of which, have you ever seen the movie Hausu, the Japanese
Hausu? I
Hausu?
don't think so.
It's
That doesn't sound familiar.
1977. Just look it up. It's Hausu. It's a Japanese horror film that was actually conceived by a small child. I think she was
Hmm.
like 8 years old, the daughter of the filmmaker. And it's extremely surreal. It's extremely strange. It's you gotta it's one of those things you can't even explain it. It's sort of
Hmm.
like if you've ever seen Holy Mountain by Jodorowsky or El Topo or something. It's just like one of those mindfuck movies. You're just like watching it, let it completely roll over you and just
Or like, have you seen Skinamarink?
no, I've heard of it.
That one's very,
No.
very trippy.
Okay,
And
yeah.
it's from the perspective of children left in this house at night.
Oh, cool.
And, you know, but it's not just a house, you know, and it's really, it's very trippy. You definitely have to be in a frame of mind to receive it. But yeah.
I got that.
Um, Another book that I really like that I tried to draw elements into the the novel that we had written
Mhm.
was House of Leaves.
I've heard good things about that.
Yeah. Although we don't have like the the story and the footnotes or anything, but just sort of I love, you know, I really I'm getting really into like the idea of a house that moves and changes and breathes and, becomes other things.
Has anybody, I think Garrett Cook wrote a book like this, but has there ever been a novel in which the house writes the book?
Hmm. I
Hmm.
don't know. It would
That's,
be
oh,
interesting though.
yes.
Hmm.
Hmm.
House writes the book or the
Also,
freeway but writes the no, yeah, because I think, when I'm thinking about the freeway one, I'm trying to decide like do I want this to be just horror where you don't exactly know what's happening or what's happened? Or is it more of a horror noir where, you start to find what, another thing that I do, another game that I play is Call of Cthulhu. So that's why you get a lot of cosmic horror with me right now and some of the groups that I'm associated with. They'll write the games for Chaosium and for,
nice.
you know, Call of Cthulhu, and we talk a lot about like what is, you know, when you see the big monster, it's like
Right.
once it is known, it's not as scary.
Right.
So, always try to keep it a little bit off screen,
Yeah.
keep you from really seeing it, but just like leave with the dread. So those are some of the debates that I have about how I'm gonna approach some stories that I want to tell.
You know, come for the loathing, stay for the dread.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Of I really enjoy kind of building dread. I enjoy the confusing those feelings of attraction and repulsion.
Yeah.
Um, you know, wow, this is sexy, but it's also super gross. It's also weird. I mean, because
Yeah.
sex is kind of like at its biological function. It's weird. It's a lot of fluids. It's
Well, okay.
gross. There's
So,
weird things
yeah,
happening,
this,
even in the most vanilla of sex.
like, I wasn't really gonna go there, but I had a girlfriend who was a self-described vampire witch, sort of hacker witch vampire
Hmm.
from Texas, from Dallas. Was also like a meth head. And
Was her name Denise?
yes, no, just kidding. No, 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 no. I forget what her name, but yeah, so a she had actually been to prison a little bit. And I was during a low point in my life where I was kind of like feeling very low self-esteem. And she wanted to, you know, she, like, you know what I mean? Um,
Uh-huh.
so she wanted it. So I was like, okay. So, and she drove all the way from like Bakersfield, which was like 3 hours away from me when I was living in Pasadena, I mean, California.
Oh,
And
okay.
so, and her dad was like a prison warden or something. He was a total asshole. Anyway, so she would drive down to see me, and then it was basically like really, really hot, but really disturbing as well because she'd been part of this cult that where she witnessed a blood sacrifice on acid. So I actually like, you know, she inspired some of my stories, shall we say.
Yeah,
And it
I
was
bet.
I was like, holy shit, this woman is messed up, but fascinating, right?
Right, right.
And she's not, I looked her up recently, she's not aged well. I mean, she is a meth head, so
Yeah, meth is not great for the complexion.
overall, and,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, it's not a spa treatment.
yeah, so anyway, okay, so I was going down on her, right? And she had this like intestinal rewiring.
Uh-huh.
Did she poo in my face?
Oh,
Okay, so does that happen? And I was like, whoa. So that was I'm processing it, and it's
Right.
so you're a writer, use everything, right? So
Right.
the self, this may, this may be a little bit in one of your stories some point. I haven't actually written that story. I did anyway, so,
It's a very particular thing to work into a story.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but because I do write Bizarro, I mean a lot of Bizarro stuff. So Alex S. Johnson is Bizarro, Brian Keene, 2017. And so yeah, so that's happened. And I kind of I you just file it away for future. And there is
Hmm.
a lot of wetness. There's a lot of unexpected, especially if people have had work done or they're, you know,
Yeah.
it's just
It's it's squelchy, it's sweaty,
right. So
there's a lot going on that, even
and,
when you're having a good time, but it's still, you know,
yeah.
you got to deal with the fluids after. And
Oh, I had okay, so this is just I don't know, so kind of gone off the rails a little bit, but so I had a friend in Pasadena who was friends with John Skip. And so he'd regularly come over to her parties. And so I decided I was going to show them the movie Immoral Tales
hmm.
by the guy who made La Bette, right? Have you seen Immoral Tales?
I
It's
don't think so.
it's kind of it's very interesting. It's kind of like softcore porn basically, but historical and um, it's got I think it's a trilogy of films like Wallerian something or other, and then Paloma Picasso was on one of the it's an anthology,
Hmm.
and one of the stories is about Countess Bathory, Elspeth Bathory, who
Uh-huh.
I love, and then there was one that was about this girl in like I think it was Renaissance Italy who's basically like does herself with this wooden dildo and and so I'm showing and it's a quite exquisitely beautiful film. I mean
Right.
every frame looks like you know like a Dutch Dutch Renaissance painting and so I show this to Skip and my friend, my former friend, and they say, Alex, where's the penetration? I was like, so this is art, and I mean, if you guys want,
There's porn everywhere. It's not
it's
hard to find.
not like, I mean, you know,
That's what I always joke about with my friends is like, I'm not offended by porn. I'm offended at the lack of artistic sensibility.
I mean, have you ever seen like Cafe Flesh or you know,
I
Cafe
don't think
Flesh?
so.
Yeah, it was written by uh, Jerry Stahl, aka Rince Dream, who wrote Permanent Midnight,
Okay.
and and it's really wild. It's kind of like the science fiction future. It's sort of like a boy and his dog meets a Clockwork Orange meets whatever Brave New World, and it'll peel your brain back. I mean, it is porn, but it is also a science fiction film, and it's just
Okay.
one of those things where you're going like I think that was the one where they have like a BJ factory or something, and I took that and I basically played tons of right,
Gonna use that.
right. Note to self. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there is a lot of just, I mean, body horror as a genre is a bit redundant.
Right.
It's just like, yeah, because we're born in this. we're surrounded by this. I mean, everything is gooey about just biology. So
Yeah,
this members,
we're all very gooey.
in this like we're born, we're like covered in blood. It's like a fucking
Yeah, we come out screaming and covered in blood.
covered in
So
blood
that's how we're gonna go out.
and mucus and like just it's like okay, so you know what kind of hell dimension did I just arrive in?
It's true though.
Yeah, and then we're spanked. It's like our first experience of life is violence. Holy shit.
So only only goes down from there too.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. And so no wonder and then we're basically like programmed to be dispensable and like we're
Hmm.
like fucking salmon. Have you ever seen a salmon hatchery?
I don't think so.
Like the entire
I've definitely seen the salmon going upstream and
exactly.
bears catching them, but
Well,
yeah.
yeah, and if bears don't catch you, it's still tragic because their entire life cycle is basically journeying to spawn. By the time
Hmm.
they get to the spawning ground, I don't know why life has to be especially brutal for salmon. No.
I don't know, but it makes them tasty.
I was about to say, right? Makes them tasty. What is it? Just like the heroic Odyssey, and they're battered and bruised and you know, torn apart and their gills are all whatever, fucked up and they're like, shit, okay, so this better be a damn good orgasm. And they're fish, so they probably don't even
Well, it's like it's the journey of sperm too.
okay, so and now, children, let us
No, children. Here's how reproduction works.
the journey of
Is
like a
the
Richard
journey of the
Attenborough
sperm.
documentary.
Like,
Yeah.
you gotta, everyone you're talking to was the most successful sperm to fertilize the egg.
Oh my God, that would be a great story. So, like an elite, like Mensa level society where everybody is Caitlin R. Kiernan, basically, and you're like, and you're looking at them, and then you have this horrible cosmic horror Ramsey Campbell moment where you realize that they're just basically like walking sperm.
Yeah,
The most successful sperm, it would be called the most
yeah.
successful sperm society.
But you also have to think about that in general. Like, you know, you meet people like Caitlin or Kieran, and then you have other people who are just, insane and terrible. And like, that was the most successful sperm.
That
Like,
was
oh,
for
that's
that
terrible.
we're demon. Right.
That's that's the horror part
That's
to
the
me.
horror part. Yeah, so you could have these, oh my God. So you could have one society, one secret society of like generally cool, you know, best
Selected sperm,
selected
and then
sperm.
the sperms that like had to fight their way through.
Right. And then you'd have tears and like tears of blood. No, you would have tears of everything's a story.
Yeah,
I think
everything could be a story.
it's potentially like I started writing this novel called Mistress of Graves, and I've gotten about three chapters in, but the premise is like it takes place after the singularity in Silicon Valley, after the singularity hits, and there's this woman who was a graduate student at Brown University, which is my collaborator Sandy DeLuca. She
Hmm.
lives in Providence, or she was born in Providence. She lives near Providence. She's also a witch, and she also contributed to Stir a Magic Cauldron by Silver Ravenwolf. So she contributed spells
Hmm.
to Silver Ravenwolf, and she kind of so and her books because she's nominated for the Stoker like two times, and one of those books wound up in the special collections at Brown University, right?
Uh-huh.
So I thought, well, we were writing stories together and poems. We put out a book called Thunderstruck, a dark poetry collection. Well, we can trade books because I want to send that to you because that was got a rave review in Cemetery Dance. And I was just like, holy shit. So this, yeah. So I started writing this book called Mistress of Graves. And so it takes place after the singularity event. And
Uh-huh.
the woman is living in a post-dystopian, kind of partially irradiated Silicon Valley, where there's this dark feminine archetype known as the Mistress of Graves, which is inhabits this server farms, and it's basically gotten into via via the via the Matrix, has gotten into our, you know, kind of wired itself into us
Uh-huh.
because now we are no longer just human, we're also flesh, but we're also digital.
Right.
And her she has two cats, one of which is tied in with her sister who disappeared after the singularity happened. And when that real cat appears, it's tied in with the maybe the presence of her sister. She never sees her sister. The other cat is half cyborg,
Huh.
and they have these conversations with a sentient landfill.
Huh.
So, so I don't just have no. I
It's-
actually have a friend named Autumn Leaves, who somebody called her. Yeah, her name is Autumn Leaves, and her somebody dubbed her the Mistress of Graves. And I'm
Huh.
like, holy shit, that needs to
It's like I'm
go.
making your own Mistress of Graves. That's
Yeah,
really cool though.
thank you. So I don't know. It's not a horror novel. I was originally it was going to be a horror novel, and I did wrote a couple of chapters of it, and it does have that whole element, but it's transforming into this lovely, quiet, mysterious fable.
Oh, yeah, it's nice too. I like anything with cats. Let's see, I got my whole cat over here.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
It,
just hanging out.
yeah, right. So that if that I just what is it about cats? Because my partner Aaliyah has a black cat named Salem and Zaku Salem, and it's
They're
just
just,
a kitty.
yeah, they're kind of mysterious. They got their own thing going on and they adopt you. I've always had cats.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't even like, I was trying to remember, like, why did we even have hamsters when I was a kid? Because I had a cat. Um, there's a cat named Monty that would just curl up next to me, and they say not to do this anymore, I guess. But when I was a kid, the cat would just curl up with me in the the place where you put kids when they sleep. You
Wow.
can tell I forgot. I don't have kids. Uh,
Like a Stephen King
crib,
scenario.
the crib.
Just waiting to
It
happen.
would put me, the cat would sleep with me in the crib and just kind of like,
That was a whole movie called Sleepwalkers. Remember
well,
Sleepwalkers? Stephen King,
oh,
where
sleepwalkers. I
cat,
remember Cat's Eye, which was like all through, like a cat was kind of walking through the different stories.
well, the whole
Yeah.
premise of Sleepwalkers is basically like a weird, it's not like a weird cat. It was like
Huh.
the incestuous family. They're actually cat people. And it was
Uh-huh.
a little bit cat people, but not. But it was sort of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre meets cat people. And it's Stephen King and it's partially good.
Huh. I'll have to check that one out. I haven't read that
Had
one.
a cameo by Clive Barker in it.
Yeah, I like cats. Dogs are a little eager for me.
Right. So I do love Madagos.
I love dogs. I just don't have one. That's a whole other.
So a little eager, you mean they're needy, right? They're needy.
Yeah. But my cats can be very needy too.
Cats can be totally neat.
S-
Yeah.
So I think I've just always had cats, so I wasn't, you know, that someone gave my parents a cat for their wedding, and and then a couple years later they had me, and the cat kind of adopted me.
Oh,
So
and it
I've
did.
just always had cats.
It didn't like, because in Stephen King, it's just they sort of like suck your soul out, right?
Yeah, never did that. I mean, or
That you
maybe
were
I am
aware of.
Monty. Maybe I am the cat in the end.
Yes.
Uh, but
Wow.
yeah, no, they just always had cats. They tried to have a dog, but my parents didn't like it, so they gave him away and told me the dog ran away. So in my head, dogs just leave you.
Oh my God, that's so.
And I know. And she told me this right after my dad died. She's like, "Oh yeah, that dog didn't run away."
So that was like gonna like not permanently scar you, like you're not gonna need therapy like the rest of your life.
No, and I just think about that. It's really kind of sad, but kind of funny too, that like in my head, oh, dogs just leave sometimes. They got better places to be, but somehow cats don't. Cats always came back, and I always attracted cats. Like I don't consider myself a witch, but I like witchy stuff. And I definitely have, you know, cat vibing energy. And in the midst of the satanic panic, I was feeding all these black cats that people were dumping where we lived. And
Wow.
so they were just all coming to me. And then, like, I'd go for a walk with friends or just go for a walk to clear my head. And I'd have like seven or eight black cats following me
Yeah.
in the midst of the satanic panic. But I think it worked out really well for me because
Yeah,
it made people a little afraid
good.
to fuck with me.
I think because I was literally born in Halloween that I've always felt most comfortable. It's almost hilarious because like I will post my GIFs. I try to be like all upbeat and stuff. And then pretty soon I'll start gravitating towards the darkness, the dark side again. And pretty soon I'm posting Christian death songs and I'm like, you know, I mean, the crow gifs, and I just feel
Hmm.
more comfortable, in the
Yeah.
dark. And it's just where I live. So I'm not apologizing for it. And most of my friends are dark wave gothic, people.
Yeah.
The dark wave gothic people, as a matter of fact, right? It's funny.
I just doubt my ability to control any forces.
I don't. So one time I was just like I was on a blind date with Melinda Watt, the sister of Mike Watt from Iggy Pop and the Minutemen, right?
Okay.
And I was like, we were going to this. I was on a blind date, and we went to the Cleopatra Records ball, and that was when my friend who worked with Marilyn Manson and Lemmy introduced me to Kim Fowley,
Hmm.
you know, and I didn't know at the time, well, I didn't, many years later, this is about like 2000, so about more than a quarter of a century later, I became friends with Carrie Lee Crum. And about 3.5 years ago, and because we were fellow, members of this group called I Hate Kaiser Permanente, because we had both been injured by that. And I wasn't even under my own name because I was under like just a assumed name.
Hmm.
As I was writing all these blogs about exposing Kaiser doctors.
Hmm.
And one day I get this friend request on Facebook from Carrie Lee Crum, and I look at it and I'm going, why does that name sound so familiar? Right? I look up the Wikipedia page, I'm like, holy fucking shit, right?
Right.
This is the woman who, along with her girlfriend, Joan Jett founded
Uh-huh.
a band called The Runaways and thus made
Just,
music history,
uh-huh.
right?
That's amazing.
It's amazing. And it's improbable, but amazing. And so I was like, okay, so I love the fact that, but maybe you don't want to be my friend because I'm just this guy, you know. And I said, my name is actually Alex S. Johnson. I'm a music journalist as well. And you're like, you're one of my heroes. And she said, you're my hero. I was like, what? Well, because of all your blogs that you did about Kaiser, you're exposing these Kaiser doctors. And I was like, God damn it. And so we started talking. And then she said, would you like to? She said, so, you know, all those years that I was been kind of nobody ever heard about me. And since the days of like waiting for the night and California Paradise and
Uh-huh.
all that secrets, we got dreams, right? So all that time she'd been keeping notebooks and she had all of these stories and poems and lyrics and I was like, and she said, would you like to take a look at one of my stories? I said, would I like to take a look at one of your stories? Yeah, I would. And I'm like, is this a prank? Somebody pranking me, you know? But we got to be really good pals. I mean, she would pop up on my Facebook and with her kind of iconic hair, which is like a cone, it's very vertical hair.
Uh-huh.
She'd say, hey, Mister. And I was like, holy shit, it's Carrie Lee Crum. And so we're talking and then one thing led to another. I was doing this charity book for Children of the Night Incorporated. Dr.
Mhm.
Lois Lee, right, who works with runaways and sex trafficked children. I just got a really nice, you know, letter from her thanking me for doing this book called Hand of Doom, a literary tribute to Black Sabbath. And so at the time, I was looking for people to contribute to this book. I said, "Hey, I know you're like a punk rock, like you basically created punk rock, right? But um, are you? Would you happen to be a fan of Black Sabbath?" She said, "Dude, I'm literally wearing a Black Sabbath t-shirt right now." I said, "Okay, so you want to write something for my book?" She said, "Yep, yep,
Amazing.
amazing." So. I feel a lot of the time, I feel like you know, the John Lovett's character, you know, it's like, yeah, and then Carrie Lee Crum for the, she,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
that's it. Yeah, she asked me if I would publish her in my anthology of original stories with people like John Shirley with The Crow. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the ticket. And so she said, I will absolutely write a story for you. And I said, what's your favorite Black Sabbath song? She said, Children of the Grave. I said, okay, you're on. And so, unfortunately, just because of circumstances, I guess one of her parents was sick or something like that. She had to
Mm.
pull out of that book. But she wrote me like a 19,000 word novella. And it's like, if I mean the premise that the it which is wild, it has to do with the Kabbalah and it has to do with the hell roots, of the Kabbalah. I forget the clip off or something like that, right?
Hmm.
And it's sort of a very, I mean, she's like Harlan Ellison meets Poppy Bright meets, you know, Neil Gaiman when we could talk about Neil Gaiman,
Yes.
right?
O'Neill.
Oh, Neil. So can we talk about Neil Gaiman? So, what was the first thing that you heard, like, where it was like, it seemed, oh, O'Neill, did you really?
You know, it's sort of like with J.K. Rowling, where it was I was in kind of denial for a little bit. Like, I don't know, I gotta see the source on this, who are these bloggers? Who are these people
Yeah.
alleging this? But I did remember that Amanda Palmer had dumped him on Tumblr,
Yes.
which I thought, well, that's not great, probably. This is probably not going anywhere good, but I really didn't think it was I just thought he was the usual amount of gross of just, cheating with the nanny, that's the usual amount of gross that you might get. And so yeah. And then it just you're getting more stories and more people and you're like, okay,
Wow.
well then this isn't just cheating with the nanny. This was abusing the nanny. And
But so just I'm sure that I'm not alone here. Just the title, Cheating with a Nanny, I went there and it wasn't half bad.
uh-huh.
What's happening with the nanny? Yeah. So I might have to write that story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I'm sorry. So cheating with not cheating with the nanny. He was abusing the nanny, which and not in a nice consensual hot way,
Right. Not
but
in, not in
more of
not in the fun way
a
or a consensual way is really
more
the or
like
not.
gross.
And the power imbalance I think is
Uh,
something that we're really starting to grapple more with
uh,
than in the past. I think, if this had happened 20 years ago, people would have been like, whatever.
yeah,
So,
a lot of really gross shit happened, and and kind of like I mean, and speaking of like everything that happened to Carrie Chrome, and
mhm.
because she's still working through that stuff. She never, I mean, you don't get over being raped every day by Kim Fowley and Rodney Bingenheimer when you're 14 years old, and it's basically
Right.
like, okay, so that's going to be your entire life is going to be working through that. But
Right.
that was normal. I mean, they literally had a groupie magazine, you know,
Yep.
around I'm sure you know about this, the Riot House, the Hyatt House
Mm.
on Sunset Strip, which is this infamous hotel that was the Beverly Hills Hilton, I think, that was, if you ever seen the movie Almost Famous,
Hmm.
some of that movie takes place at the Beverly Hills Hilton.
Right.
And so that was just where like gross shit happened with, Jimmy Page and, you know, and I'm sorry, even, David Bowie, I'm sorry,
Yep.
part of this. I mean, it's just like you know,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I always like I love Bowie asterisk,
asterisk. Yes.
and then I have to, I have to think about that too. And
Right,
let's not talk about Neil is like,
right, yes.
was it just in some ways just bad timing?
Right, yeah, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of so they had this groupie magazine, and it was basically like I mean, and this ring still exists. This ring still exists in Hollywood, and some of the most important and powerful people. And I'm sorry, well, Sherry Curry, I don't want to. Oh, what the fuck do I care? Sherry Curry blocked me on Facebook,
Mm.
after friends requesting me, and basically she was just sliming around wanting to get information.
Mm.
I all I said was, "Hey, Sherry Curry." I didn't realize she was MAGA. I said, "Wow."
Oh no.
Yeah, I didn't, and I was like, "Oh my God, you're Sherry Curry." Blah blah blah. Did Carrie Lee Crum send you? And as soon as like I said that, she was like, she's literally within an hour of her sending me a friend request, she had deleted our conversation, and then she blocked me.
Huh.
I was like, so she was just being a, she's just being a cunt. Yeah, I'm sorry to
But
use.
yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah,
call myself a cunt. That's fine.
right. Okay. You
I'm I'm not a millennial. It's fine.
know,
Uh,
yeah, there was that whole thing, that whole culture where they had this magazine about groupies, and they had
hmm
people like Sable something or other who were like 14 years old, and they were. I'm sure you know about this, right? That
Yeah.
they were part of that whole. It was considered, and people like Iggy Pop were part of this as well. And then there's a whole documentary that Carrie and was in, and also Jackie Fox from the bassist for the Runaways is also. It's called Look Away. It's a very interesting
Mm.
film. She doesn't like it at all. There was another movie called Edge Play, a film about the Runaways, which was made by something Titcher Blue, which is the second bassist.
hmm
A little liquid carries in as well. I think she likes that better, but it's really profoundly horrific what happened.
Yeah.
And this whole culture where I mean for centuries, people like on the right like try to minimize and horrible people like Jordan Peterson, right? Try to
Right.
minimize, talking about the patriarchy, like somehow the patriarchy produced good things or it doesn't exist or whatever. It's like, yes, it fucking does, and it's designed to, you know, subjugate and control and terrorize people like us.
Right. Right.
For
Or
example,
and it terrorizes even people who think they have control of it. They think that, oh, I'm an alpha male and
right,
this is great, but they're emotionally stunted, you
ex
know. They can't grapple with reality or life or, so they create this magical thinking of like Donald Trump is great and is going to fix everything. You start engaging in this kind of magical thinking when you're not dealing with reality and you're just subscribing to just patriarchy or just, and you miss what's going on. And I think it's pathetic, but it's also hard to deal with, as on a personal level, day to day when you're, faced with it. But it's also like there's just part of me that feels very sorry for them.
oh, yeah, me too. I mean,
Yeah.
not that sorry, but I think it's
Yeah.
it's it's kind of ironic and hilarious that you have people like the least truly alpha male people, like
hmm
Shapiro, who sounds like fucking Mickey Mouse. And
And they're whining and crying about
hey,
everything.
they're like I know, like, I mean, like total like gender queer, like, like lesbians or whatever, or like, or even very very, very very gay men who
Uh-huh.
are so strong, like Hal,
Yeah.
who had a
I mean, you have to be really strong to be effeminate in a culture that's just so determined that like the only way to be a man is to wear khakis and button ups and it's like no, and to like abuse women
right,
to
and
go, hey, you know what? This is who I am. This is exactly who I am. I'm wearing what I want to wear. I'm doing what I want to do. To me, that would be the alpha of the group.
exactly, whoever they are and whatever they like as far as sexuality or whatever, like
Yeah.
one of my favorite people and somebody I have an enormous amount of, you know, tender feelings for, Tony Zanetta, Tony
hmm
Zanetta, former president of Main Man Entertainment. And he's just a real sweetie pie. Just
hmm
kindest person, but he's so strong, and he and like people like Wayne County and you know, um, whatever, Hollywood Lawn or whatever. And he actually played Andy Warhol in Pork.
Okay.
That's how we met David Bowie, because Tony was a part of this touring production of Pork Andy Warhol's play, which was actually just transcribed from he and Bridget Polk, you know, Bridget Polk would have these long, boring, because they were both high on speed. And so they'd have these long, rambling phone conversations where Bridget would just call up Andy and it was like, you want to hear the latest gossip and the blah 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 blah. And so there are all these canisters of tape, which, you know, Andy Warhol would just like compulsively save everything, you know, and
Hmm.
just kind of like had it transcribed. And then she got her they got the name because she used to go around with a syringe full of like dexedrine or somebody and shoot people in the ass with it. And she would poke them in the ass, and then that got transformed into pork, the
Huh.
play, the title. So Tony and the cast of Pork, which included Harvey Fierstein or Fierstein, whatever,
Uh-huh.
and all the superstars. They went to London, and I think there was some shenanigans with I believe that there was some rumors that what's her name um who sang Andy Warhol actually stole a copy of the play. I'm not sure.
Huh.
Um, that woman, anyway. So at any rate, so Angie Bowie and David Bowie came out to see the play, and
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if they liked it or not, but I do know that they liked Tony. And Tony was he's still a really good looking guy, right? And so
Uh-huh.
they were like, yes, this one will do nicely. Yes. So they, you know, they basically like took him off to their house in the countryside of London, and shenanigans occurred.
Right.
Can you imagine you're living with David Bowie and Angie Bowie? There's shenanigans,
Yeah.
right? And then he went on to become the president of Main Man Entertainment. He also was the road manager for Ziggy Stardust and Diamond Dogs. So basically, he and Angie and David kind of crafted the persona that became Ziggy Stardust
Hmm.
out of little bits and scraps of like kabuki theater and Dada and, you know, just magic and lots of cocaine and you're right, and Lou Reed in and around there, and I don't know, just I mean, if you've seen interviews from that era, he was not healthy. He was not a healthy man, right? Because this
Right.
basically subsisting on milk and cocaine. But the
Mm, music was amazing.
music is like that. And also he was kind of obsessed with, things like fascism and Aleister Crowley and so and Nietzsche and like one of the things that John Majori talked to us about was like the whole Nietzsche thing with the, gotta make way for the Homo superior and you
Hmm.
things and stuff. And I don't know, I'm kind of babbling because I mean, this is like you never, as a fan growing up, right? You never would conceive that it would be remotely possible that you would be on, first name basis with these,
Right.
let alone talking on Majori on Bowie show with like 2,000 subscribers. And you're like, okay, so it still hasn't hit me yet. This is my life. This is my reality, right?
Yeah.
And it's amazing. So I would never ever say, "Oh, I don't want to be friends with rock stars." I just it's badass. So
Yeah.
anybody who says
Exactly.
that is not cracked up to be is lying. It's lying,
For sure.
for sure. Everybody wants to be part of this. I think especially one of the interesting insights I've had is that we all want to be part of it. Like David J was a huge fan of Bowie, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was a huge fan of William S. Burroughs. He wanted to be part of that world. I always wanted to be part of that world. But, as we all do, right? You want to be part,
Right.
and Billy Martin wanted to be part of that world too. We all kind of wanted to be part of something that is almost like we created this dream together
Mm-hmm.
and then we lived it. And you're part of that too. I mean, you came along and you're like you love, Barker, and you love, Bright, and
Mm-hmm.
you love all these, you know,
Yeah.
all these bands that and and it's like together and individually, we sort of created this um modern mythology. I mean, look
Yeah.
at what happened with Ziggy Stardust. Like Ziggy Stardust was iconic in and of itself. But then
Mm-hmm.
Bauhaus came along and said, what if we did Ziggy Stardust, but we did it like our way, and but with kind of almost like a postmodern or a kind of meta, like a meta Bowie. So like Peter Murphy is like David Bowie, but meta. And
Mm-hmm.
what if we did Ziggy Stardust exactly like Ziggy Stardust, but with a kind of a weird, even more psychosexual and fucked up and druggy, you know?
Right.
And then they invented their own mythology, which was sort of like the iconic video for Ziggy Stardust, where they have this long procession of teenagers wearing Bauhaus shirts, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
and then Peter Murphy's in that cage. And it's so beautiful.
Yeah. Well, that's beautiful what we can, all build together and also take from and give back. I
Right.
think that was what really kind of like, yeah, just that whole idea of, feeding back. Here's where I have taken in this Clive Barker, and here's where I come out with it. This is
Yeah.
what I got from it. This is what, and then, maybe that passes on to someone else who's like, oh, okay, so I see this and I'm gonna do my thing with it. And I think it's really cool.
It's,
That's one of the cool things about creating
it
and
is.
making things is just, you know, being the creator, but also, often being amused to someone else. Like there's a screenwriter who adapted one of our books,
Wow.
Black Gold, into a screenplay, and they did a sizzle reel, and it's not really going anywhere. Most things don't, you know, but I was just it was just so cool that, someone had read the book and then, really wanted to adapt it. And, they didn't have any money to option anything, and they're just starting out, but now that's part of their portfolio. Because I was just like, listen, the story was popular at its time, but that was like 2010. So no one's paying attention to that now, but and it was just sort of, you know, it's interesting and it's fun to see, where you can go. But I do need to go.
Well, I mean, we've
Speaking
been
of
on for
going.
like 4 hours, so
Yeah.
more than generous with your time, really.
Yeah. I need to grab some food and
Okay,
stuff and grab dinner.
yes.
But thanks for having me. And I sent you Mother Soul Alone if you want
Okay.
to look at it and
Yeah.
if that fits anything.
Yeah. So that
Um,
was that was the one with the cat, and then
yeah, the cat, mourning the cat and
that's
causing other things to happen.
yes, yes. Would you mind also resending your bio so I can send all of that along with
Yeah.
Adrian so we can just like get that in the in the works to. So yeah, we want to put that out, a collective paw, like in a week or so.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so that's going to happen, and then I'll keep you updated on you know the the state of the book, and then we work on whatever to talk about when you have time, because we've talked a lot, but it's fascinating
Yeah.
stuff.
It's always fun to talk and, just hearing your reminiscences because I kind of stuck in Texas
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
and I'm not always great at getting out there and networking. So,
well, I'm just extremely shy, and it turned out that my only people that I could actually relate to were people like Dee Snider from Twisted Sisters. I'll show you
yeah.
this, my photo with this is Aram with Dee Snider, right?
Oh, cool.
Fellow creatives like that, right? And so,
Mm-hmm.
and just through music journalism, and having, like I got a call from in the early 90s, got a call from Dark Angel magazine in Victoria and in Australia. And they said, well, our journalist flaked out on the Roz Williams interview. Do you want to fill in? And I'm like, um,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, holy fucking shit, right? So I'll let you go, and yeah,
Okay.
it's a lot of fun. So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're darkwardly inclined, and it doesn't matter if you're like extremely introverted. Well, I mean, you met me, right? And I met you.
Right.
So you're no longer out there in Texas.
I'm I'm in the ether.
Yes. Yes. Wow. So, okay, when
Okay.
we have this thing, we give it like a squeezins. I'm a very
Okay.
affectionate person, so we just like a big warm squeezy hug to you, and and uh,
The
and
virtual hug.
virtual hug, right?
We
And
had to invent those over COVID.
that's exactly. So, have a great evening, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.